More ESL Challenger League playoff action is on your screens. This time we're going to be hopping over to South America and we have a quality matchup to bring you tonight. And of course, we'll be keeping you up to date with all the matches around the grounds tonight as well. Looking forward to Red Canids versus 9Z though on the main ESL broadcast. It's me, Travis, and Hayes alongside me. I'm excited for this one because there's a lot of storylines.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've certainly got the pick of the games here, don't we? Red Canids versus 9Z. Considering the 4 games that are being played at the same time here, at the same time, I'd say that's absolutely the best game. So we should have all the entertainment here on the stream coming through this evening.
Yes, sir. And we can have a look at kind of how we got here with the groups graphic, of course, to tell you where the standings were over the course of the back-to-back best-of-1 format, of course, in the regular season. So a lot of games being played, as you can see here. Lots of back and forth instances as well, but I wouldn't say there's really many significant upsets. I think Pain, obviously, you maybe look at that Pain roster and say, well, maybe they should be better than 15-15, but they had a lot of forfeit losses due to schedule conflicts early on in the season. And as you can see, Adalia Amigos, for example, I think forfeit the season as well. So yeah, but we are focusing, of course, on the teams that made the playoffs. And the expected names are here. Imperial, Red Canids, Bestia, Fluxo, 9Z, Sharks.
Yeah.
See, that little list of teams is expected, I would say. And we can have a look at that playoff graphic in a minute as well, because I really like what we've got here, especially with 2 Pro League spots on the line.
Yeah, Pain had to forfeit 10 out of their 15 losses, Trav. So that tells us all we need to know. Not really them losing the game in the server. Probably just doing some calculations about where they would have ended up and just guaranteeing that qualification for the playoffs, right? But yeah, we also have Red made it through the top 2, which means they get the berth straight into the upper bracket semi-final. We can have a look at that playoff bracket right now, and you guys can see how things are lined up. I mean, this is the business end of the competition. This is where it really matters. You do have 2 lives if you placed high enough, that is. So, yeah, looking at this bracket, of course, there were a couple games yesterday. Bestia losing to Sharks, Fluxo losing to 9Z, but they did put in a decent fight.
They did, yeah. And of course, that new Fluxo roster is pretty interesting with Art and the ex-Fortnite professional as well in Nyx as well. It's an interesting roster. And they did manage to take 1 map, but 9Z, fresh off of their incredible IEM Dallas performance, which we'll get into a little bit more in a bit, they managed to recover it. And now they have a bit of a different test, of course, against Red Canids. They've definitely played them a lot recently, which I'll get into as well. But yeah, it should be a really interesting game. As you can see, the other match in the upper bracket, Imperial versus Sharks. Imperial looking pretty consistent as of late, as you'd expect for the premium Brazilian organization, I would say. Of course, they picked up the team that won ESL Impact as well, of course. So they're enjoying some success at the moment as an organization. Lower bracket, of course, as you can see there as well. MIBR, Fluxo, and Pain, like we've spoken about. Fluxo and Bestia now finding themselves there. And Sharks did show up pretty well in their Pro League run, of course. It took Vitality very close in that previous Pro League season. One of the notable results for them. So I wouldn't count them out against Imperial. And of course, as I said, we'll keep you up to date as we go on today. But Red Canids versus 9Z is where we find ourselves. And of course, it's another opportunity to see Davideus from Red Canids play against his former team, which is very interesting.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. A bit of a grudge match there for sure. I mean, it's not the first time these 2 teams are playing against each other. They played in a grand final, a best of 5, where 9Z were leading 2-1, and then Red Canids won the last 2 maps of the BO5 to rob them 3-2. So there's definitely some recent history to look to here, maybe kind of make some inferences about what we could expect. Of course, 9Z coming off the back of a very hot run at IEM Dallas, able to make it as far as the semi-finals where they lost out to G2. So they definitely in some good form at the moment.
Yeah, we can have a look at the schedule for today, for at least for the streams that we'll be covering, of course, as you look at this graphic and say, well, there's only 1 game, Travis. What do you mean? But that's the only broadcasted game coming in today, of course, on the main stream for ESL. And I'm really interested, as I said, to see where the other best of 3s in this day of play will head, considering, of course, as I said, there are 2 spots in Pro League up for grabs, so it should be very interesting. I believe we can have a look at the rosters as well, just to talk about some of the individuals for these 2 teams, of course. And what I really love about 9Z at the moment. It's just that what they do with putting their regions on the map. Of course, Uruguay, Chile, of course. It was Davideus flying the flag for Chile on this team before Hoasso Peak came in. And Hoasso Peak has been absolutely unbelievable. In Dallas, he was just popping heads. He was absolutely loving life. The peak in his username, in his alias, has certainly come to fruition. And I made sure to look it up. As soon as he joined 9Z, actually, back a pretty long time ago now. And Huaso is a Chilean countryman and skilled horseman. So that is honestly adds even more lore and coolness to his alias, pretty much.
Yeah, that's quite something, man. I'd love to hear the backstory as to how he came up with that one, but it's certainly one of the more intriguing names. Absolutely. Didn't get to look at the Red Canids roster there. Flipped through that quite quickly, so we're just going to talk about that off the cuff. Of course, there's very recognizable names on that team. The most recognizable, the one you've just mentioned, Coldzera. But remember, you've got the old core from a couple Pain players. Then they became Paqueta for a while. Now Red Canids. Hardzao, Nathan, and Venom Zero, the three guys we haven't touched on yet. Three incredibly talented players. Very strong fraggers. When you look at this Red Canids roster, there actually isn't a weak link in terms of the individual, right? For 9Z, Buddha, I'm pretty sure is the IGL. Is that correct, Trav?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty
sure.
Yeah,
I think so, right?
Yeah.
And his numbers haven't been great. Of course, they've been playing at a slightly higher level than Red Canids as of late. But this Red Canids team, when everything works out and the formula balances, you've got a team who are very composed. There's some decent experience, but like I said, they're incredibly hard hitters.
We can have a look at the Veto as well to see where we're headed on this series. I just double checked to make absolutely sure. I think Buddha has IGLs in the past a bit, but according to Liquipedia at the moment, and I think from what I heard at Dallas as well, it is max at the moment. So
okay, all right, there we go.
Yeah, I'll just make sure to double check that one. And now we get to see where we're going to play. This should be an interesting Veto, of course, because we know that teams are very willing to go to Dust 2 at the moment, and that's exactly what we're going to get. And considering, of course, that Dust 2 is still a map that's relatively new, but it's still old. It's old, of course. It's the same map as we all know and love, but it's new back in the pool again, and some teams are still quite hesitant to play it. 9Z are certainly not one of those teams. They have been loving life on this map, and they actually produce some of the most entertaining matches at IEM Dallas on Dust 2. Dust 2 has kind of lent itself to be a little bit, I'd say, borderline boring as a watching experience on a number of occasions in the professional scene. But at the high level, 9Z made it look exciting. I mean, they lost to G2 13-8, but they beat Vitality 13-9. They beat Liquid 13-11. Both those two games I watched, and they were a lot of fun.
And Liquid's best map, maybe second best map, is Dust 2. So the fact that they were able to best Liquid on that map actually says a lot. And you were talking about how some teams have been a little bit reluctant to introduce Dust 2 into their pool. Red Canids is one of those teams. They've only played it three times in the past 3 months, winning it on one of those 3 times. Inferno's their permaban, so it's kind of painted them into a bit of a corner where they are slightly vulnerable to that Dust 2 pick. Of course, like I said, they played a best of 5 against 9Z not too long ago. In fact, it was just like 15 or 16 days ago, and 9Z won on Dust 2 on that occasion, 13-9. So recent history certainly does lean towards 9Z in that regard. But the pick in response was it Mirage? Does my memory serve me correctly?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Okay, well, there we go. And that is a great map, the best map for Red Canids.
Yeah, we can have a talk about our predictions. And I think the obvious choice is 9Z, without a shadow of a doubt, considering what they've done in Dallas. But online Counter-Strike can be a little bit wild. So I've chosen to be boring. Sorry about that to you, Matt, because you've chosen the exciting route and chosen Red Canids. And honestly, it's not even a wild choice going by previous games between these two, right?
No, it's not only that, that there's always going to be a good competition between 9Z and Red Canids. It's also that 9Z would have been traveling back from IEM Dallas. That event ended on Sunday. Of course, they would have played on Saturday, but might have still stayed at the event for the finals and then traveled back on Monday or something like that. So they would have had to, kind of just settle back into their environment and get used to the setting and get used to online Counter-Strike once again. They did beat Fluxo yesterday, so it's not their first game back. But yeah, maybe a bit of fatigue after the events at the weekend. It takes a few days to recover from a big event like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we spoke about that with a number of the EU teams that we've covered recently as well, because of all that travel. But anyway, we've got our player to watch, of course, as well. And Today, I kind of want to put the focus on Chilean Counter-Strike. I think, going by some famous Top Gear episodes, Chile is a beautiful country. And, I think what's amazing about, again, Davideus and Harasso Peak, they've really put this region on the map for their put their flag on the map for Counter-Strike, and I really love to see that. I've chosen Davideus as a player to watch because I think we know quite a lot about 9Z. We know what they're about. We know that Harasso Peak has been incredible, but I want to keep an eye on Davideus purely because he's always been an incredible fragger for this roster and for when he was on 9Z as well. I think something that I always try to mention to fellow commentators and you as well, Matt, which I'm sure you'll remember. One of my very first casts, I think for ESL actually, way back in beginning of 2021, I think, when there was a South American qualifier for DreamHack, Davideus dropped I think it was a game that ended 31-29, and Davideus had 68 kills or something.
Sounds like a Faceit pug, mate.
And it was, honestly, I'll always remember it as one of my first ever qualifiers for ESL, and one of my first experiences seeing Davideus. I think it was when he was on Paqueta, I'm pretty sure, back then. And yeah, it was just an unbelievable performance. In the end, I think he ended up losing that map incredibly despite that. So I've always loved this guy. I've always loved to see what he can put forth on the server. I'm looking forward to seeing more of it today.
Yeah, he's got some phenomenal entry prowess on the T side as well. Does quite a lot of the entry duties, not like a sole hard entry fragger, and he's actually got a 50% plus success rate in his opening duels on the T side. So that's also a very good reflection of how good he is at taking his gunfights, takes them on his terms as well. He's very good at kind of reading the round and knowing when he can try to make that play. And it's cool to see him alongside the likes of, Cold Zero, Venom Zero, Nathan Hardzau. Hardzau was a part of that Pain roster that was so successful under Bigu Zero. Of course, all the Zeros, naturally, as is the case with Brazilian Counter-Strike. So it's kind of cool. I mean, obviously 9Z have done very well lately, but I think when he left that 9Z roster, it was an upgrade for him moving into the team he did. It's just that 9Z really found a winning formula with Martinez coming into the mix and Harasso Peak as well, and they've clearly gelled very nicely. But I wouldn't say that 9Z got as good as they did because Davideus left, right?
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. I think, you could say very legitimately that a reason why 9Z have continued to keep progressing in sort of tier 2 and pushing into tier 1.5 and making runs in S tier events is, to be fair, down to Martineza. I mean, it's actually kind of incredible, right? I mean, when he was the replacement for Sun Pius on Movistar Riders, when Sun Pius went to ENTS, Martinez wasn't really doing that great. I mean, everyone is like, how on earth can you live up to Sun Pius from his Movistar form, right? I mean, it was impossible to do so. He was kind of underperformed in general and moved on. Moved on to 9Z, though. Basically, completely moved continents in terms of playing in South America now and not in EU, right? And he is absolutely loving life. And I've seen some fantastic work from Martinez, and not just on the AWP, but on the rifling aspect of it as well. And I really love what he's put forth on the server. It's a great little redemption arc after that Dallas run, especially.
Yeah, he's made the move across the Atlantic in the opposite direction to what most players try, right? Like, most of the time, everyone's trying to get to Europe because that's where most of the competition is and the highest level of competition. But Martinez, relying on his ability to speak Spanish, obviously made the shift across in the opposite direction and has joined up with the 9Z players. And like you say, it's been a match made in heaven for him. He's also such an entertaining player to watch, man. He's like a live wire in the server. He's so full of fire as well, so you just get this energy out of him. You could see him on stage having a great time, always just you could just see it on his face. You could just tell what happened. It's one of those guys who just wears his heart on his sleeve, and I love it from Martinez. I feel like he's a big game player, and that's also why I'm a little bit concerned for 9Z right now, because now you're kind of just going back into the realm of online Counter-Strike where you don't have that same sort of crazy motivation where you're playing, as the underdogs at IEM Dallas. So yeah, they're going to have to try and flick that switch in their mind and make sure that they've brought the correct attitude and energy to this next game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we're about to get into the game in about 1 minute's time as well. So not too long to wait until we see this really interesting best of 3, of course. Winner plays either Imperial or Sharks. And as we said, there's one spot for Pro League through the Grand Final and one spot for Pro League in the Consolidation Final through the lower bracket. So it's a lot on the line here. We know how important Pro League is for, even though Pro League has partner teams, it's a very open event. Despite that, right? I mean, there's a lot of slots available through winning challengers, challenger lands, qualifying through Challenger League, whether you're from whatever region you're from, right? So it's really interesting, and can't wait to see how they perform. We are going to get into the game for Red Canids versus 9Z. We know 9Z absolutely adore Dust 2. Really looking forward to see if they can put more of that form on the server today. Red Canids are their opponents. Do they have anything to show on their CT side to start off? We're about to find out.
Just to add on to that point for Pro League, there are 8 teams left in the competition. There are 2 spots up for grabs at Pro League. Whoever wins this game has to win the next best of 3, and they've qualified for Pro League. That's how close both of these teams are, and it's going to be 9Z out along. Surprise, surprise. The stock standard pistol round on the T side of Dust. Nathan will draw first blood. There's numbers here for Red Canids as well, and that's going to be enough to send 9Z back from whence they came.
Yeah, important start, especially on CT side. We kind of know Dust 2 as being maybe a little bit puggier, maybe a little bit faster, but better Dust 2 teams tend to come out on top. Despite that, 9Z certainly are one of those at the moment. But Red Canids getting a good start on CT. Knowing it's a T-sided map could be superb, but DGT is trying his best to answer back. Venom Zero will go down. Looking for a second frag as well. Davides is happy to take that duel against DGT in mid. Now it's going to be down to Cold Zera, the legend himself, on the back of the ramp on A. Jiggling with the angle. Actually will move himself to the middle of the plat. Hoasopik's taken Nighthorn, and now Cole's under a lot of pressure. This is very awkward for Cole. He's doing a lot of damage, but he can't finish off Hoasopik. Thankfully, Hards Out took DGT in the meantime, but there's a CT aggressor in Davideus, and that's going to be easy pickings for Hoasopik. The Chilean duo going up against each other. Now it's down to Hards Out. He'll be found by Hoasopik as well. And I mentioned to keep your eye on Chilean Counter-Strike in this game. Well, Hoasopik has kicked it off with a quad kill.
Yeah, it was a spicy round coming through from him, man. Fantastic work. What a recovery from 9Z as well. I wouldn't fault you if you thought that Red Canids were going to win the pistol based off the initial highlight there, getting 2 picks towards long, bringing it down to the 5 versus 3. But it all falls apart from there. Brilliant response from 9Z, having to fall back from long and not having anything to really fall back on. But they made their opportunities. They created them out of thin air, pressuring middle, finding a kill there, then getting onto that A-bomb site and dealing with bombs. There has been a force buy in response from the CT side, and Venom Zero caught in no man's land, taken down. And there's so much you can do based off the position that 9Z now have to work with.
Yeah, that must be so frustrating for a CT force buy, right? You've got everything in play, but you lose a frag straight away for nothing. Python does have that scout in play, but DGT just removes him ceremoniously. No chance whatsoever. Seeing the scouts do incredible work on Dust 2 and its recent reintroduction on the pool. It's actually made the scouts feel like one of the best guns in the game, fighting through those mid doors sometimes. Seems like it's so easy to get tags and headshots.
Not when I'm using
it. And not on this round either. It's only Cold with the 5-7 to get 2 kills. Unfortunately, it's only been a bonus cash for him. It will be another round for 9Z.
You know, Trav, often we see these underdog teams having fantastic runs at massive events like 9Z did at IEM Dallas, and then when they go back to the realm of online Counter-Strike, they kind of just taper off again, and we don't see them keeping up that level of competition. And I just really hope that we see 9Z continue to, at the bare minimum, you know, maintain this level. They're currently 13th in the world, so you can't really expect a huge amount more out of them when you look at the group of players they've got. Yeah. I'd say that's already, you know, quite significantly exceeding expectations, but I want to see them qualify for Pro League, go to Pro League, and then not just be like a dark horse underdog and actually continue to push these European teams, the best teams, the distance, you know. So I just hope that what we saw at Dallas is a sign of things that we can continue to expect out of them.
Yeah, and I think like one of the biggest things at this level of CS at the moment is consistency. You see these teams have little breakthroughs. I mean, a good example I think would be with Bait in EU at the moment in sort of tier 2. They've won a couple of online events, qualified for the ESL LAN at the end of the year as well in October, I believe it is. So, yeah, I mean, Bait have a lot of consistency recently, but it's so hard to keep it up at that level of CS and things are constantly moving, it feels like, right? And if 9Z do, as you say, qualify for Pro League, maybe make a cheeky playoff run, maybe be much more than that to feel like you're still keeping the progress going, right? So, yeah, I think it's a good point. It looks like this round will be 9Z's once again, despite the frag from Hardzal. He's got control of B.
Coming up as well. So
Yes.
just got to bring out the towel here, give these last couple of days everything that they've got. They're going to be playing at the Fire League finals as well. I think that's an online tournament. Can't actually, can't see on HLTV. It doesn't state whether it's online or on LAN, so I'm pretty sure that's online. It's got like the likes of Fnatic and Koi.
It might be a LAN.
Well.
I remember looking at it like a few months ago.
Oh, it is. You're right.
Check.
It actually is. It is. Yeah. There we go. It's in Argentina, so it's actually going to be a home event here for 9Z, and that's going to round out their season. So it'd be really good if we could see them do work at that event as well. Hardzal, he had 4 points of health for the longest time, and he's been able to find a second frag with the MP9. So that's certainly going to give him a bit of extra cash, probably enough to drop the AWP across as well.
Nice little save from Hardzal. There's no reason why they won't keep the MP9 as well, at least one of their players, to keep the money in a decent level. But it's a solid start from 9Z. I think the last time you and I casted Cold Zera together was a qualifier. I think actually it might have been for Dallas last year, now that I think about it. And I remember he pulled off... Yeah, I think so. And I think he pulled off an absolutely ridiculous... Eagle clutch with the 1 dig. Yeah. But anyway, reminiscing is now needs to be put to one side because we've got a big B rush coming through. 9Z wanted to keep the pace up. So Peak will get one frag in return, but it's only that one so far. Nades to continue to try and blow up that door smoke as well, and Budu will be heard crossing. Davideus puts a few bullets through that smoke and catches the kill. That is frustrating for 9Z. Going to try and get a plant down, but he's going to just do it again, is David. Stopping that bomb crossing on a number of occasions. Now DGT, he's got a lot on his plate. Needs to get a 1v4 clutch in play. And not first, but he's going to have a tunnels flank at some point in the next 30 seconds to worry about too. And Red Canids don't need to give him anything for free.
Yeah, if DGT could get a bomb plant out of this at the bare minimum, that would... at least be something that 9Z could take out of the round. I wonder if Red Canids will allow for that to happen or whether they're going to try and push in and deny the plants. It doesn't look like it. It's a very passive stance right now. A huge amount of respect being offered up by Red Canids. They have lost a 3 versus 5 already here on the map. That was in the pistol round, and well, DGT is just looking for a gunfight, hoping and praying something gets offered up. And the longer he takes, the more that Cold Zero is going to think in T-spawn, maybe he has doubled back. But there we go. DGT will punch in the digits, but it should be mission impossible from here, right? I mean, I know this bomb site's difficult to retake, but 1v3, good luck, DGT.
DGT also seems a little bit confused that he hasn't necessarily been fought yet, which is why he's trying to go for an aggressive peek outside the doors. Uh-oh, it's getting spooky now. Utility drawn, and DGT will catch one, and he knows there's a tunnel flank now as well. He's taken cold. Thankfully, Nathan is there in time with the USP to recover the situation, but that was a lot more expensive than it should have been. And what I will say is that Red Canids, I actually respect their patience a lot. They really let DGT go about his business there and waited for that tunnel's flank to come through to try and make the round a little bit more comfortable, right? But in the end, the timing for DGT pushing out the doors was almost perfect. In fact, it was perfect, but
yeah,
in the end, it didn't take him the round.
You could just see the cogs turning in DGT's mind right the way after he plants the bomb. He knows he has to force a fight. He can't just sit on the bomb site in a corner and let them retake. Has to be proactive, and timing couldn't have been better when the molly comes out for his opponent, gets killed, then finds Cold. Outside of winning the round itself, that would have been the best outcome overall. Flash is not great, but counter flash is even better. At least there will be a frag there for the CT side to claim. DGT trades 4v4. And 9Z sent packing from long.
Yeah, Cold with the flash assists were very impactful there. But Zera has the ability to switch to the AK in front of him. 9Z will just turn down the pace somewhat. Shifting their way toward mid. They've got utility available, but the only utility they do have is on max. And that could be a big problem for 9Z in this round. That long fight has kind of left them completely dry when it comes to those utility belts. Having just a molly and just an HE is not really enough for either side to go to, so they might just have to go via a pure contact play to figure out this round.
You can see they're just pressuring up short right now, hoping that there's some response from the CTs elsewhere. DGT has actually dropped off catwalk into CT spawn, and Red Canids might not be privy to this. I don't think Cold would have heard it. The question is, what do 9Z even do with that position? It looks like they're going to use DGT to try push up ramp and then deal with the long player, but Buddha's actually just dealt with the long player by himself, and that means Cold has to do it all now. Nathan's gone down. Cold has the world on his shoulders. Max check the corner. Looks like he will, but doesn't mean he's guaranteed the kill. Buddha will trade, and that leaves Hard Zhao in probably an unwinnable 1 versus 3. What a well-constructed round from 9Z considering the lack of resources.
Yeah, I really like that decision-making there. I really thought it was going to be a big issue, only having the molly and the nade. But found the right answer. I'm sure that's something they have in their playbook as well, right? If they have a situation where maybe they don't have the utility they want, maybe they're lacking an all-important smoke, they'll say, okay, well, we did this before when we didn't have a smoke and it worked. And we have a couple of options that we can fall back on in those sort of situations. So, nice little protocols from 9Z working out for their round there. And, well, Hard Zhao will save the AWP. That's the only consolation for Red Canids at the moment.
Yeah, and they're going to invest around it as well. They're going to buy up another 2 AWPs, MP9 from us, and an M4. It's certainly a mixed bag of weapons for the CT side, and if they lose this round, it's going to put them in a brutal position. Oh, Martinez! So quick on the trigger. That's his first kill of the map, and Hard Zhao's going to have to watch the rest of the round from the sidelines. And because they've gotten that kill and he didn't see anyone else cross, it's why 9Z are just walking in towards the bomb site right now. Cold does have an angle, but he doesn't have a kill, which falls back, and you probably just pack your bags if you're Red Canids at this point.
Oh, that's a rough one. That is very sadly one of the best 2 rounds of all time.
Absolutely. Stock standard, right?
Take a pick on the cross, realise there is one less player toward B, and just burst. It's not complicated in the slightest. They're ready for it. And went straight for it. Martinez with a brilliant catch on the cross. Speedy, that's his first kill of the game, and that first kill of the game for Martinez, well, it's won his team around straight off the back of that 1 kill. It'll be a kill that won't be necessarily remembered too much, but it is won around all by itself. Even if Cole gets 1 pick from window, right, he's probably not going to win the round anyway.
Pull his knife out and then drop back, then molly window, and then good luck on the retake. You know, so not like that would have affected the round all that much. Question is, yeah, they got to just save now. I would really say, I heavily recommend that they just keep all their money so that they're guaranteed a full buy in the next round and they just play with what they've carried through. Not a big fan of them spending what they have here for the extra util and the extra gun. I think you kind of just play with what you got because they have enough firepower to compete in this round. But now there's no guarantee of an investment in the next.
Oh, but he'll manage to find Venom Zera. Being able to see too much, and actually almost hit a spray through that smoke as well. It's another opening for 9Z, and it's so rough for Red Canids. They're going to try and play a little bit more proactive here with some aggression toward mid. Max is in Carter dealing with this. He'll find the first, looking to react for the second, but he doesn't expect a fast-moving MP9. So, 4v3 for 9Z. And they're going to look to work their way up now. Knighton is in position from short. Neverdes is already in CT to try and hold that cross, but smokes will be in play, and these all-important AWP shots that might keep Red Canids in these rounds, in these particular situations. Well, they're not hitting at the moment, and it's causing them a big issue.
Yeah, I don't know if you can attempt the retake here, considering the lack of money for Red Canids. A double AWP certainly going to prove to be a liability. Well, jumps up to try to deny the bomb plant, not going to work out. David becomes exposed as that smoke starts to fade, and yeah, that is going to be the end of the round. 9Z playing some really good Counter-Strike on this T side right now, asking questions at the start of the round every single time, so Red Canids can never really get themselves into their desired positions. They haven't really been able to get long control at the start of the round. There's just always a contest from the get-go, and it's almost always going 9Z's way.
This is kind of what I expected from them as well, especially on Dust 2, from a map where Red Canids enjoy going to all too often. And it's obviously a really weird position. Nice saving of the AWPs there, to be fair, by Cold and Knighton, but it's only consolations. What I will say is that the map pool is in a very weird spot right now. I mean, obviously people were talking about Iron Dallas, about maybe there's be some odd results, purely because the map pool, it's new patch, it's new experience for a lot of teams. But the main thing that is causing the map pool to feel weird is that some teams are not willing to go back to Vertigo yet because of the changes to Elevator and the A-bomb site, the catwalk on the outside, of course, and Dust 2 is also in there. So it's like, if you're not ready on Dust 2 yet, you kind of have to be if you don't want to play Vertigo.
Yeah, it's a good point, man. It certainly closes the gap between the teams right at the top and the teams just below them. And I think that does make things interesting. There's some teams whose favorite will work in, you know, teams who love Dust 2 and teams who permaban Vertigo. I mean, in that case, you know, they'd be very happy. The problem for Red Canids is their permaban's Inferno, and, well, outside of 9Z's permaban of Vertigo, their worst map's Inferno. They're very happy to see Inferno being in the first phase of the Veto.
Yep. Can Red Canids actually get themselves an opening pick in this round? They've resorted, of course, as we saw them save, to that double AWP setup. And that's probably one of the main things that can change your fortunes on Dust 2. It's a very AWP-friendly map, and of course, Cold, in his distant past, was a very, very good secondary AWPer alongside Fallen, of course. So there's a chance that we could see some magic from him still. However, Devadeus has been removed. It's a great entry, and look at all that utility coming in toward A. It's forcing them back toward long once again, but thankfully, Cold is waiting for that mid peak and that mid lurk from Harasso peak, and he'll go to the AK to aid the retake. It's a 4v3 for Red Canids. This is one they have to convert.
Yeah, it's the best position they've been in a hot minute here. Let's see if they can make it work as well. And Cold hasn't got a kill. Certainly expected him to come away with that frag. Venom here now getting flashed forward. Will catch Martinez, who's missed his shot, and it's now all on Max. He's going to make life very difficult. Maybe goes a bit deep, but yeah, no immediate kill for him, so he's going to just accept it. So that nade dunked down, unfortunately for him. Can't do anything outside of it, and Red Canids will complete the retake. Double up their round count. Is that second AWP recoverable? No, unfortunately not, but Hardzar could drop one anyway.
A really important retake to take. And Zera catching Martinez. As soon as Martinez missed that shot, we knew that that one was done. If there are a couple of low HP players, then that nade could have been very, very interesting, but not this time. We have a small pause there as I think Cold disconnected and then reconnected. It's his 2 kills, which certainly set up that round for the Red Canids. One of my favourite logos, I will say, in Brazilian and South American Counter-Strike.
Not many original logos left. Most of them going the route of 9Z, black and white, minimalistic. Come on, guys, we've got to reject minimalism in this world. You know, we've got to... Come on, think about the wallpaper on our grandmother's house, Trav. It's always something extravagant, you know, lots of colors, lots of patterns. These days, we just paint our walls beige.
I know, right? At least we got a nice little canid tail, you know, to have a unique logo.
Yeah.
I like dogs. If you don't like dogs,
is it maybe a fox?
Yeah, that's like a canid family, right? It's like dogs, mammals, that sort of family.
I do like dogs, but I love cats. So
yeah,
do with that information what you will.
That is fair. It's all sort of like wild dogs, all that sort of stuff, right? So it's definitely a red flag if you are not an animal lover, I think.
That's true. You know that actually a very cool name for wild dogs is painted wolves. Is something
of course.
Called here in South Africa as
I was going to say, I'm sure you have them in South Africa, right? So.
Yeah, they are in danger, but they're beautiful animals, pack animals.
Yeah,
they
beautiful.
Eat the animals on the run, man. While they're busy hunting them, they're ruthless.
I've watched my fair share of African wildlife documentaries.
Good old Davey A.
Yeah, my goat.
Boy.
Literally, like when we say my goat lightly, but he's genuinely a goat without a shadow of a doubt.
The goat.
Unironically, DGT, he's looking to become a goat one day, perhaps. He's 13-4 right now in this game, and hits another entry. And Davides has under a lot of pressure on the A bomb site, but he takes 2 kills beautifully. And he's doing such a great job of staying alive. 5 seconds on the clock. They need to get the bomb planted, and they just about will. But now it's only Martinez. Can he somehow win this touch? He's going to be mollied out into the open. PT50's coming out, but Hards out stops the aggression. It's a real nice hold there from Davides. It's not just the 2 kills, it's staying alive so long, and the bomb plant only really had a second to spare to get down. Caused a lot of problems for Martinez, and he couldn't get one of the 2 kills to give himself a chance in that 1v2. So, nice round from Red Canids there.
At least they get a bomb plant, so we will see the T side reinvest, but Red Canids are getting the ball rolling. They're getting something to work with now on their CT side, and if they can win this next round here, they go up to 4, they break the money on their opponent's side, and then 5 is pretty much for free. I'd say 5, if you can walk away from your CT half with 5 rounds to your name, you're going to be content with that, right? You're certainly going to feel like you've done enough to give yourself a fighting chance.
Yeah, for sure. One day we've got to cast around like David Attenborough. It's been done before, I know, but...
Has it?
I don't know, I seem to just remember it once. I don't know who it was.
I've done a golf cast of a round before.
What, a whispery one?
Yeah, exactly. Very hush. Pacey, not too much pace, of course, just slowly going through the motion kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, the lesser spotted Martinez Orp is going to tag the very commonly spotted Coldzera. He's been prowling the jungle in South America for a very long amount of time, has Coldzera. 2 times HLTV #1, of course. And still, actually, just remembering back to it, that might change with Donk this year, right? But I'm pretty sure Cold is the last rifler HLTV #1, if I'm not mistaken. Still.
Yeah?
Don't get me wrong, he's secondary AWP, but he was more known as a rifler, for sure. So, maybe that will change with Donk this year, but there's still a lot of the year left to go. Maybe we'll get another rifler back in that #1 spot. Not all these noob AWPers. I
know the AWP abusers. It is a bit more difficult to get into. I was going to say Modesty would like to have a word with you.
Oh, for sure.
#1. Either way, Venom 0, good kill towards long because now they can focus all their resources on short. DGT has to do something in the middle
seconds.
here. Oh, yeah, you're right. They're going to have to. They don't have any utility either. It's only Martinez left remaining. And 9Z, they kind of falling off the pace of the game. Martinez will catch hard out, and he's going to get forced the bomb here. The Glock will be enough to get the kill. He's still going to round the corner. And I think he's done just enough to keep his life intact. He has indeed. But that is Red Canids continuing to close the gap here, man.
Yeah, aye, man. That was, if Martinez goes down there, he loses his AWP and only has $450 in this round. That'll definitely mean he wouldn't have the AWP for the rest of the half, of course, because we're getting toward the end now, and he'd have barely any money. I mean, you could get it dropped, of course, but Yeah, this is from what was a very comfortable T half of Dust 2 for 9Z to one that Red Canids could very easily even up at 6 apiece. We shall see in the next few minutes. Being from England, I very often want to call 9Z 9Z, but it just wouldn't work. I'm willing to forego my Britishness.
It just takes too long.
Yeah, I'm willing to
9Z
forego my
easier to say.
Britishness for
Yeah.
for the 9Z
That must be
pronunciation.
tough for you, man. Following the American way of pronouncing the letter. Swallowing your pride.
Yeah, that's life. Nython with the AWP. Max will go down as he tries to go for that big strafe across mid. Still have that Galil, but how do they set up the Martinez or AWP to do something in this round? They've got utility they'll need. 3 smokes and a flash. It's a decent setup for what they want. But it's the weaponry which is the problem.
If this half ends 6-all, Red Canids are going to be very happy with how they were able to turn things around, because it was looking incredibly dominant at the start. 9Z kind of just having their way with them.
This is always a very dangerous feeling jiggle that Hardzao is doing
know.
now. I feel like it's very, very easy. It's not one of those safe pixel gap angles that you can hold, like on Nuke and Secret, for example, where you can throw your utility and fall away. Now Davide seems to be ready, because they are coming through mid very, very quickly. There will be a pinch to come through from tunnel as well. But it will go down to Hardzao though. Now Davide has got some work to do. DGT may just get that 1 kill, and Martinez will find 1 more kill of his own, but 24 seconds. Bomb is lost in front of the B doors.
Save, actually.
And as you so rightly say, he's going to be forced into saving again. 1 kill does mean he can buy up another flash in the next round, if
Yay.
he saves. Yay, he says.
I mean, it's worth celebrating an extra piece of utility. It's not much, but it's something, and he will stay alive here. So at least he's going to carry the AWP through and have a decent weapon to work with in that next round. But Red Canids now on course to level up the scoreline going into the second half. And it's not like these rounds have been incredibly difficult for them either. I mean, Hardzao's been doing a fantastic job towards that B bomb site in middle as well. Cold Zero has chimed in when required. Just feels like 9Z haven't really been able to get any map control, right? They haven't gotten long in the past few rounds. Haven't been able to apply pressure on that A bomb site. When it has come through, it's been very late in the rounds. They haven't had much utility.
Yeah.
Things have kind of fallen apart here for 9Z.
Yeah, definitely. This is a lot closer than they would have wanted it to be after they were up 6-1. Red Canids will be delighted with the place they found themselves in right now. You didn't even notice at the end of that previous round as well, they still had the HEs in spawn that they didn't even need to use in that round. They're, of course, planning to maybe stack toward mid or the catwalk from CT. The Alexi nades.
Man. Yeah. Not even having to fall back on that extra layer. Opening pick already come through here from Nathan. What is the response going to be from the T side? Bomb carrier back towards long doors. Still some time to work with plenty util. These footsteps all going to be heard of by Cold. And it looks like that's why Hardzao's considering making a bit of a play in towards tunnels. Again, he's just going to jiggle on the angle, but Red Canids, they know what's coming their way, and they're pretty well poised to deal with it.
Yeah, 40 seconds. 9Z have definitely slowed down the pace considerably in the end of this first half, and I feel like it has been somewhat to their detriment. And they only picked off very often. Masso Peak now tagged down as well to 15 HP. As you can see, they're now going to try and make their way up through long, but time is really a massive problem. Only going through long with 25 seconds on the clock. Venom Zera knows he just needs to hide his best visibility. He will get double swung though, and that's the biggest issue. 2v2 recovered. Cold is here though, and he's here on very good time. He's going to position himself behind the barrels. 8 seconds to get yourself up on this site and get a plant, and they're just going to run up with the bomb drawn, and DGT has no chance of winning this round. This half is over. Hardzao will win it via timeout, and they'll recover from 6-1 to 6-6. This is game on Dust 2. See you in a minute.
After a really solid recovery there from Red Canids, winning 5 rounds in a row, they flipped the script and now they're on the T side looking to dictate the pace of the game, and all 5 of their players are headed in towards tunnels. So they set themselves up for an exec into that B bomb side. They've got utility, however, 9Z are very well set up to deal with what's about to come their way.
It feels like they've done some prep on what Red Canids do like to put forth on their pistol. And Buddha with the dueling. They look very goofy in the left-hand view model, and it looks even goofier when you can't hit your shots. But he's completely blinded up, and I don't blame him. Unfortunately, it's the other defenders on the site that are doing so much work for Red Canids. And Hard's out. I'll try and get one frag in return. He will, but obviously he's having to make a lot of noise by running around the site to pick up the bomb. Thankfully, Max and DGT do a great job together in unison, and now Hardzow is just stuck, isn't he? They know where the bomb has been planted, they know where he is playing from. A body shot would be enough, but it's a headshot in the end by Hawasso Peak. And 9Z will recover the pistol, and it's important to say that it's actually their first round in quite a little while.
Yeah, it was 5 in a row from Red Canids at the end of that first half. Just thinking back to the pistol round in that first half as well, Hawasso Peak, did he get a quad kill?
Yes, Hawasso Peak did. Yes, he did on the pistol. First pistol.
Those were 4 of his 8 kills. He then got 2 kills in this pistol round as well. So he is the pistol round king. 6 of his 8 kills have come in the pistol round. Hopefully not going to continue to be the case. At least 9Z and their fans would hope that's the case going forward.
Yeah.
No bomb plant for Red Canids means it's not going to be... Oh, did they get the plant there?
Yes.
It did actually, right? So at least they've got... It just doesn't look like it, right? Since the change where you get $600 for the bomb plant.
Exactly.
Compared to the 800 before. So the force looks the way it should, Trav. Finally, we have some normality that's been restored in our beloved game.
I know, it is a little bit better, but if it works like this, where your AK player with a spawn goes out long, takes a pick, and then if he's been damaged up, can drop it to another teammate who also has Kevlar, then you know what? It can still be very powerful and very dangerous. There is a lot of aggression for 9Z. I mean, look where Max is on the map right now, but Buddha, he'll have a lot on his plate if they do decide to go back toward B.
Seems like 9Z have got the read though, because Max is pushed into the top of middle, there's no further pressure long. They've realized Red Canids have rotated all the way back across, and Max has got the flank coming through as well. Not an ideal weapon to have on the flank. Hopefully he'll be able to close the gap before the gunfights come through. Buddha's got a big job to do. He's got support from Martinez as well. In the corner, he's going to allow Martinez to take contact, and then the SMG can reign supreme. Good double kill coming through from him. His teammates will clean up, and 9Z deal with the force buy.
Yummy! And it should be another round that's just as tasty coming in the next as well for 9Z. You know, when I saw Red Canids buy up all that utility in the pistol, I was thinking to myself, if you're a defender on the B side and you're met with 4 or 5 players and all that utility, you basically have absolutely no chance. But it just so happened that 9Z had done their research and stacked 3 players, and it was the perfect answer. And they could very much set themselves up for streaking clear on their CT side.
I'm just not going to be a believer until the gun round, because 9Z started the first half in similar fashion and then things completely fell apart. By no fault of DGT, who is 19 and 8, by the way, so leading the top of the server by some distance at the moment. I'm looking at Martinez closely. He's the one I'm going to be watching on the CT side, expecting some big things from him. Of course, the AWPer for 9Z, normally one of the biggest aspects on their defensive half of this map.
Yeah,
it really does fit his style, right? Because as an AWPer, you're going to get a lot of gunfights. You're going to be one of the main cogs in the defense, and that's exactly what Martinez wants.
Can come the pistol. That's a dink.
That's a lot of
That's
heads.
going to be pretty hurty. DGT is going to try and spawn some more though. Keep himself alive, and he will do. Thankfully he has support from Mohasso Peak, and yeah, it removes the issue. We're right in front of DGT's eyes. And of course now it puts Mohasso Peak and Martinez on double digits finally. Team up with DGT.
Yeah. Flawless anti-eco run for the CT side as well is going to be a very good boost to their economy. They won't have an AWP in this next round, so that's something that Red Canids will have as an advantage. Nathan with his sniper, light and util, but that's not going to be a problem. This is a really important round for Red Canids if they are going to stand a chance of fighting back here in Dust 2, because if they lose this gun round, they really fall behind the pace of the map at that point. And look at Max phasing through the T-smoke and then through the smoke that he's thrown as well. That's why Davideus is on Nuke right now, but Max wasn't hanging around, just looking for any aggressive plays at the start, and then he will fall back into the system straight afterwards.
On with that AWP is helmetless. The M4s can be a bit spooky, but Mohasso Peak, that's a massive play out long there from Red Canids. Martinez is trying to answer back. Somehow he gets 2 with the A1S there, with only a few bullets left on that second to get the transfer. But Red Canids will retain the advantage thanks to that knife on AWP. And Cole is thankfully holding for that possibility of a push while his teammate throws a utility. Nice cover from Cold. Now Buddha 1v3 destroyed by David once again. 2 kills for David, and Red Canids there once again going to close the gap, and they're in the game now on their T side.
I bet Buddha's going to start talking spawn thinking, I really wish I just saved my M4, because he's got $3,400 now, so he's going to have to settle for an MP9 to try and defend that B-bomb side. It's going to be awful to have to retake with as well, so It's just one of those like nothing rounds where you're just kind of walking around. Oh, I'm gonna get an extra kill, but there's just no value in trying to go for the extra kill. The risk reward certainly not worth it. Either way, there will be a double AWP in play now. Great round from Red Canids in the previous. Great work there as they got their way in towards long, able to get that foothold initially despite Martinez's double, and then their player in mid was able to find a big kill on Max as well. So that just gave them all the space in the world.
Little standoff here with the AWP of Nithon versus Max on the secondary now. You mentioned how Dust 2 lends itself to that double AWP CT setup. Probably really one of the only maps that truly does at the moment. Look at DGT, this is very awkward. No way. No way he's not burning there. That is unbelievable. I'm not sure if they're going to actually face him at any point, but it's incredible that that molly does not spread. And he actually, because of that, he's going to force his way forward. Does he check for Cold? He absolutely will, and I bet Cold is annoyed by that, considering where that molly was. But he does expose himself to lower tunnels, of course, from doing that, and gets caught off by David. So, Red Canids, full rotation with 35 seconds.
Yeah, left this one fairly late, but it's because of the kill that they've just gotten on DGT. They've kind of figured, right, maybe we should reassess the situation. It's a really good mid-round call coming through from them as well. 90 are not at all set up to deal with this, and David in middle has taken Martinez down as well, so that only compounds the problems. I think this round is over. I don't even think 90 are going to attempt the retake here, unless Huasop can pull off something ridiculous from the cross, but it's not going to happen. You know, there's that MP9 from Buddha who's not in any position to make the retake happen. Huasop is going to edge his way forward, but again, it's a bit of a nothing play because they certainly can't win the round from here. And that is a problem. I mean, 9Z get the first pick in the round, and like the reason I said it was lazy is because DGT just completely writes off the chance of somebody trying to get the trade from lowers after he kills Cold. He's like pulled his util out and just jumped up on top of the ledge there.
Yeah, lazy's not a bad description for it, to be honest. I mean, like, you kind of need to be ready for those sort of eventualities. Just kind of expecting he can leap his way down with no consequences. And despite that Molotov very much going DGT's way, despite that first frag on Cold Zero very much going their way, the instant rebuttal hit hard. And once that second kill came in, even going for that full rotation round from B through T spawn to the A site, it felt comfortable despite that particular time that they had left on the clock. The cross was easy.
And now 9Z have ended up in one of those awkward positions where you kind of coerced into going for the investment because of the weapons you've carried through, but your money now doesn't look great, and if you lose this round, obviously it's a 9-0 scoreline, and then you can have to so, oh, it's kind of falling apart here for 9Z, pretty similar to what we actually saw happening in the first half.
Comes out, being ready to be flashed in. Playing anti-flash so many times, and even though he does get flashed up, David's there to support, and Martinez, well, he's missing shots. He is so very stuck. How has he not been taken down yet? Surely he will eventually, and yes, he will. Buddha will be found by Venom Zera, and Red Canids are back even again, 9 each, and they are very likely going to be the first to reach double digits.
I mean, in terms of gun rounds, Red Canids have been light years ahead of 9Z. They've been making some very good decisions as well. Some great control towards long, winning out vital gunfights. That round over before it even began, really. Max and Buddha having a really tough time of it here so far. Just 12 kills between them. Obviously, an eco run now for the CT side. Not expecting that. You can just farm some kills here. Jihad's out. Cold will get himself in on the mix as well. Tapping down that range. How are you feeling about your prediction, Trav? This is Dust 2. This is the big map for 9Z. Supposedly, they're impenetrable grounds.
I know, right? That's what seemed obvious. Especially just like, not even the paper stat test. It's the actual eye test from how insane they were on this map at IEM Dallas. So enjoyed what I saw from them on this map. On LAN in America.
There's a point to be made here that Red Canids have done some homework. That they've done some prep. I mean, they almost would have been certain that 9Z would pick Dust 2 coming into the series. And they have made some pretty good decisions in terms of their rotation, so it seems like they have got their finger on the pulse in terms of the rotations that 9Z have been making, right?
Well, certainly, if there's anyone who I'd trust, it would be Cold to figure that out.
Yeah, they've got the coach Riggy as well. He's been with this core for a long time. Back to August 2022 when they were Paqueta, so a lot of experience there with someone like Venom Zero and Nathan as well.
Exactly. And that much smaller CT Incendiary there doesn't get itself into all the long doors properly.
If 9Z loses this round, then they're going to be in a high pressure situation.
Yeah, they're plainly not in a good spot right now. Chuckles, I'm in danger. Oh,
Thanks, Rolf.
And Martinez tries to make something happen toward Tunnels. He wants to try and take matters into his own hands.
And you've got to ask why.
Yeah.
Because 9Z have long control, DGT's in mid, there's no pressure short. You know, there's not much going on around the map, so you kind of got to imagine that there's someone posted up on the angle. It's just a passive default from Red Canids. And they're going to be very happy with that opening pick, and they know they've killed the AWP towards B, so it looks like they're going to try and pressure middle here.
Buddha, you know, he's one of the weaker links on 9Z. He's got to step up, and he's not going to be able to. The only thing that DGT has here is nades to break up from that smoke, but Red Cannons give him absolutely nothing as that breakage comes through. Smart hesitation, smart patience from Red Canids. They're going to win this round with all 5 players alive unless they start to go hunting. 9Z are away, and look at this, I said start to go hunting. They've only just got the bomb planted, and they sent already like all of their 5 players off on the hunt. They'll smartly just go back and double check, because I think a call came through that they hadn't checked tunnels. So they go back and check it, and now they realise the save is absolutely guaranteed, and they can leave the bomb safely. But yeah, I mean, absolutely you should be hunting here. Look at the money.
The Painted Wolves hunting their prey down. 9Z at least going to be able to carry through majority of their weapons, so they will still have a full buy to work with in the next round. But the last time 9Z won a gun round, was in the 7th round of the map. That was the last time they won a gun round. Since then, they won a pistol and an anti-eco. And they're going to need more though, that's for sure.
Good long-range spray control there by DGT to try and save his M4, but if that's the only thing I'm praising, then you know there's trouble for the South American powerhouse. That powerhouse is gonna be a few less cylinders than it should be at the moment. Look at what Red Cannons are planning here. They know that Buddha plays B. They're going to try and take advantage of that weak link. And they put him under so much pressure towards the back of the site. He can't get one. The window player doesn't get a frag either. Lovely entries from Red Cannons. David looking super clean with it. He takes down his Chilean counterpart. And he even finds DGT as well. Already in a matter of a few seconds, it forces 9Z away instantly. And Red Cannons are going to have map points on Dust 2 against 9Z.
Such a good call coming through from them as well, because they know how vitally important this round is for 9Z, and they just put the pedal to the metal. They've got their boot on the throat right now of their opponents, and they're on the brink of getting map point. They're going to have 3 of them to work with. Max and Martinez at least. I mean, they should stay alive here considering the positions that they've got right now. Cold's footsteps going to be heard, so Max should be able to kill pretty... Oh, never mind. Okay, well, there's a Cold Zero Peak if I've ever seen one. Martinez shuddering, shaking, sweating bullets, but he will at least navigate his way around the corner. Oh, man. It is a disaster for 9Z. They were winning 6-1 at one point. They were then winning 9-6 at one point.
Yeah.
And since then, they've lost 6 in a row.
And despite an accidental team kill that you can see in that execute there, it means nothing. Because they'd already taken the site.
They're just having a laugh, aren't they?
I mean, when you've got 3 of your players on quintuple digits and one of them nearing maxing out at 15.6 grand, kind of tells you the domination that it's been for Red Canids and how many times they've forced 9Z to save. 9Z are going to have to win against 3 full investments in a row to take this to OT. Often you might have an eco sprinkled in there on a little bit of a comeback trail. Not the case here.
Do have a bit of a pause here. Tech issue somewhere on the server. A lot more than just a slight tech problem for 9Z right now. As I mentioned, the main issue is that they just haven't been competitive in these gun rounds. And they're going to have to win 3 of them now.
Yeah.
You look at the money for Red Canids, mate. They are balling out, Trav. Quintuple digits on 3 of them.
Yes, our favourite term.
Well, I only learned it from you.
True.
Wouldn't have known it otherwise.
You can't get sextuple or septuple or octuple digits, so...
Nanotuple? Would that be 9?
I think so.
And then decotuple? Deco maybe? Deco?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
One of the 2.
It goes on for a very long time. There are some crazy words for the latter numbers. I looked it up once. I was having a quiet day.
Yeah, I could imagine as much.
Anyway.
Well, must win round here for 9Z.
Yeah, they're having a quiet day.
Absolutely.
It really has been mostly DGT putting in the numbers on this map. Horacio Peak has had his moments, and Martinez has had some important kills as well. Don't forget that 1 kill on the cross that won a round single-handedly on that T side. But since then, it really hasn't felt like much, and I feel like the frustration probably is quite high right now, knowing it's Dust 2, knowing it's one of their favourite maps to go to. Nice one, ready and waiting, and adjusts to find Martinez. Actually just waits on the swing, and Horacio Peak can only get 1 on his trade. Red Cannon's patience here is so good. GT advancing forward, even he will get caught despite the game he's been having. It's the MP9 of Max to try and answer back, and right now he's the only one left. He'll get caught by the mid flank of David, and that is an absolutely brilliant performance on that T side especially from Red Canids. Don't forget, 9Z were 6-1 up in the first half, and kind of since then it felt like Red Canids never looked back.
Yeah, what a dominant display coming through there from Red Canids, man. In the gun rounds, it was one-way traffic. They just had their way with 9Z. It's not even like those rounds were closely contested, coming down to, you know, retakes or clutches or anything like that. It was just opening kills going the way of Red Canids, making some good mid-round decisions, some great execs as well. They were all on the same page and just looked very solid as a unit across the board.
Yeah, and I thought that 9Z would have maybe relaxed themselves slightly once they won the pistol, won the conversions, and thought, okay, we're going to set ourselves up again. But guess what? Very rarely this happens, but one of our players to watch has come out with some cool stats, right? He's had a fantastic game. I mentioned keep your eye on Navides and keep your eye on Chilean Counter-Strike, of course. Well, he had a fantastic map point, as you can see below right there. 100 ADR. And 19 and 16, actually, that KD doesn't really do his impact justice, it feels like. So, yeah, really nice stuff from the Red Canids side. I'm excited to see if they can maybe close this one out, because next map should be pretty more of an unknown quantity, I feel like, for 9Z. So, looking forward to it. We're going to go to a break. When we're back, it'll be more of 9Z versus Red Canids in the Challenger League playoffs.
Goodness me.
An unexpected result to map 1, but a brilliant performance from Red Canids. They really streaked clear on their T side there. They're proving the theory, of course, that Dust 2 is incredibly T-sided at the moment, but it definitely wasn't 9Z-sided. They started off so well, but I've got to give props to it. Look to the homework that it looks like Red Canids have done.
I mean, 9Z won both pistols and converted both pistols. So 5 of their, 9 rounds that they had came from winning the pistol and then winning the round straight afterwards. They were really rough in the gun rounds. I wonder if they kind of slipped into, they started off 6-1. Maybe there's a world in which they just kind of slipped into thinking, yeah, this is going really well. Dust 2's great. We were very good at Dallas. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, right? Because they kind of seemed like they did get a little bit comfortable at one point, and once they settled into the game and maybe took things a bit lighter, Red Canids certainly punished them.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about Mirage as well. I mean, this is map 2. It's going to be coming up very, very shortly, and this is the main weakness for 9Z. It's the one of their weaker maps, it's the one that they've sort of, I think it's Anubis. I'm just looking at it now. Yeah, Anubis, Inferno, and Mirage. I mean, obviously, it's easy just to look at percentages, but in general, it's those 3 maps that have looked to the eye test as well, like their poorest, and it's Red Canids' utter best strength alongside Nuke is Mirage. It's one they're very happy to pick into first with Nuke, and even if we do go to Nuke, as we spoke about when the Veto was announced at the beginning of the series, beginning of our broadcast, that's also a great Red Canids map as well. So I would not put this past Red Canids to maybe even take this 2-0 at this point.
It's certainly on the cards. I'd say at this point it's the more likely result that Red Canids should win this 2-0. But as you mentioned, they have the insurance policy of Nuke as that decider. Red Canids' best 2 maps are Mirage and Nuke. So the fact that they've been able to win Dust 2, their least favorite map outside of their permaban Inferno, that just puts them in such a good position in the series, and so much so that if they go on to lose it from here, that would actually be a bit of a dropping of the ball from them, I would say.
Yeah, and we spoke quite a lot about that CBCS
Yes.
tournament as well, the best of 5 grand final they played, right? Red Canids recovered that one from 2-1 behind to win the series, 3-2 in the BO5 in the grand final. That was only a couple of weeks ago. And Mirage was a map that Red Canids took. It was 9Z who took Dust 2 first, not the same this time. And Mirage was second, and Red Canids took that one 13-11. So, yeah, if they know what they did right and remember what they did right from that game in that grand final, and I absolutely think that they have a great chance of delivering on Mirage. We're going to be getting into the map very shortly, and I really think that 9Z are up against it now.
Yeah, they are. They've got a tough job ahead of them to recover the series, just to catch everybody else up to speed with the games going on alongside this one. MIBR come out on top of the first map against Bestia. Fluxo vs Pain currently leveled up at 10 apiece, and Imperial beat Sharks on that first map as well. But this is where you want to be, as we do find ourselves on Mirage. It's going to be an exec into the A bomb site coming through from Red Canids, but 9Z have almost their entire team stacked up on this bomb site.
Oh, Max. DGT fighting away, but the brawl is kind of insane right now. It's going back and forth so very quickly, and with 1 minute 25 still on the clock, Davideus will get his 3rd kill. However, it puts it into a 1v1 already. Bomb plant committed and found. And it's Martinez with the dualies and the Kevlar. He's actually crept in toward triple. Both of them are creeping around triple, but it's Martinez who'll get the timing better. David, unfortunately after the heroics, will not be able to complete it. DGT with 3 kills in the midst of all that madness. Once again, it's another pistol to add to the tally for 9Z.
Yeah, they've won all 3 we've played so far in the series. I'm still very impressed that Red Canids make that as close as they do, considering they exec into 4 players on that A bomb site. I can't imagine how chaotic the comms must have been, just trying to call out all the different players that would have been spotted as they were pushing forward, but still able to find 4 of the 5 kills necessary, and a bomb plant as well means we will see a force fire coming through from Red Canids. Davideus, he's been on a burner so far in the series. He's been dropped the AK as well, or at least he was able to afford AK and head armor. Good tag coming through from the scout out of Hardstar. We also saw 2 players in mid, so that might be enough information for Red Canids to get a move on into the A-bomb site.
Yeah, Already some contact shown at ramp, but look how quick the rotation is from 9Z. They're going to have 3 more players here still for Red Canids to fight, despite the opening from David again. And Red Canids will realise that. DGT is just completely wide swung onto Hardzow as well there. We saw that from the third person POV. And looks like 9Z are going to hold this force by at bay.
Yeah, pretty good job, as you say. Quick rotations in towards that A-bomb site, able to lock it down before Red Canids gained any ground. AK not recoverable either. Nathan heads in that direction, but DGT will take him down. Having a very good start to the map here is DGT. He was the chief destroyer on Dust 2 as well. He's kind of a one-man army for 9Z. No one able to keep up with him on his team, unfortunately. I mean, he had 23 kills at the end of the map, was the top of the server, but the closest on his team was Martinez with 13 frags, so hopefully we won't see such a big disparity here for 9Z at least.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Already it's DGT who's done most of it, though, as you so rightly said. It does need to be a group effort, and it certainly was a group effort at IEM Dallas, and so many of the games that I watched of 9Z at that event, it was so often a brilliant team effort, and even maybe the players who you wouldn't expect to step up, like Buddha, for example, was having really important impact frags in some of those big maps they played against the likes of Liquid, against the likes of G2. Even though G2 did seem like it was written in the stars for them to win Dallas, with Stewie 2K, of course, but they still put up a decent fight, and I think 9Z impressed everyone with how they looked, especially I think it was Yanko who said they've turned everyone's heads and shown a great fundamental level of CS, but...
That's why I'm...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's why I made the point in the previous map that now that they've turned everybody's heads in their direction, they've got everyone looking at them. I'm hoping they can keep up that same level of form and continue to qualify for LAN events, make these deep runs, and it's not just a flash in the pan kind of thing.
Flashes in pans are often a bit boring. They're over a bit too quickly.
Yeah, we want a slow-cooked meal, man. Those are always better. Something reliable and sustainable. Red Canids gonna pull the attention in towards the A-bomb site here as they dump the util in towards that bomb site, and then a couple players start to make their way late in towards the top of middle. Say late, relatively speaking, after the util had been thrown A. It's more of a ruse than anything else to create the space and draw the rotations.
Oh, nice shot, Martinez. It's important for his confidence to get off to a clean start on this defense. The main man for Red Canids so far in this game, despite their lack of rounds, has been David, and he's been removed. .40 seconds left in the round, and 9Z very, very comfortable at the moment. Bomb has been picked up. It's being taken back toward the apartments with Hardzow in close pursuit. So once again, it might be down to Buddha. Wonder if Red Canids are going to try and put that into place again. We saw them kind of abuse Buddha slightly on that B defense on Dust 2. He's also the B defender on Mirage. It's not an easy life for Buddha, without a doubt, but this time he's got help, and that help should be enough. It's DGT once again. It's his 9th kill of the game already. Cold is trying to get this frag, and he will eventually on Buddha, but 6 seconds. This round is not happening. Nithon is trying to save, and Cold is too. He'll do well to find DGT, but Hoasopik is on the hunt, looking to try and find the AWP after time. Very, very well found by Hoasopik, and Nithon does not have his AWP, and he only has $50.
He can afford a decoy, but that's about as far as it goes. I wouldn't be surprised to see Red Canids actually force up here because of the economic situation where they've carried an AK through on Cold. I mean, they've got that max round loss bonus behind them, I guess, so they don't have to go for the horse here. They're guaranteed $3,400, so Cold will have enough in the next round, and Nathan could afford a Galil in armor, right? So it's okay, but certainly not the starts of the map that Red Canids would have been hoping for. As you mentioned in the pregame, these two teams played against each other on Mirage in that best of 5 grand final, And that was won by Red Canids 13-11. They started on the T side and they went up 8-4. So 9Z have already equaled the rounds they got on their CT side last time out against Red Canids on this map.
It's something. Early game, of course. Would be funny if they did exchange map picks, though, I will say. Considering how different the stats are for both these two maps between these two sides. Ooh, okay.
Odds out. Yeah, good clearance coming through there from the MP9. A lot of information gleaned off the back of that kill as well.
A little bit concerned about that choice to go aggressive toward Palace against the buy that they'll probably know that Red Canids have. But if you can make it look as clean as that, then why not? Oh, Trace is spotted by DGT. It's too easy to take down David. They managed to cover that AK. They do still have armor on these two players. Of course, Venom Zera and Cold. But Max is ready and waiting if they go through this top con smoke. Actually, very aggressive for Max. To play in the open, but he's making sure he checks both his angles, and it's a great reaction on Nithon. It's just a dink, sadly, for Nithon through the edge of the wall there. Cold has now been spotted out as well. 53 HP to remains. Beautiful crosshair placement on Harasso Peak. If he gets one more kill, it would be lovely for the damage, but not possible with his health, and Buddha will take that kill. 9Z, clean sheet, 5-0. You need to make sure they don't let up off the gas like they did on Dust 2.
Yeah, exactly. Don't get into that position of comfort and then just take things easy and coast along. It was the gun rounds where 9Z struggled the most on Dust 2. So let's see if they'll be able to remedy that here. We got another gun round coming through. No AWP in play for Nithon. Of course, he died after the timer in that fourth round. So come back to haunt him a little bit here, having to play with the Galil.
Just about able to retreat. There's a lot of presence down toward that bottom con position. Actually, we'll let Venom Zera up to the top of that connector area now. But of course, that smoke is still keeping them at bay. DGT will reposition with Max, hand in hand. They've got Martinez around that default area as well, and a ramp push from Harasso Peak. They're entrusting Buddha with everything toward the B side of the map right now, and might be the correct choice. The Red Canids are going. They're going to try and remove Max from that jungle area, and they will. But Harasso Peak, knowing the commotion going on around the map, is happy to push further, and he's got a lot of intel, a lot of control.
Problem is, what do Red Canids do from here, man? 2 of the 4 players have made their way back up low. As it looks like they're going to try and split in towards this B bomb site. DGT will deal with the low HP Coldera and then shift himself in towards that B bomb site. Buddha's deep in apartments as well. He should be good for at least a kill. Because of the lack of the time on the clock, they might not clear the corner. They do, but they can't dispatch a Buddha initially. There will be a trade from Hardzar, but the bomb is on Cat. So this one is as good as done. Just about making sure he doesn't die after the timer. And 9Z with a blistering start to their opponent's map pick.
Yeah. Round for 9Z. Good reactions from DGT once again. For 12-3 now. Buddha getting that all-important 1 kill, like you said, from that pushed-up apartments area. Makes it look comfortable. And so far it is. Red Canids have put in a lot of effort on their Dust 2. So, almost it felt like kind of anti-strat 9Z in a way. But who knows? Maybe it's the exact polar opposite for Mirage. Buddha, he's got to rush his way. He does need to be careful. He's got his teammate on short, and there we go. Actually, Buddha accidentally
Finally.
shot DGT slightly there when he was completely blinded up. He wasn't to know he was doing that because of that. And now, see, they've been overrun by the pistols. Great chance for Red Canids to find their first round in unlikely fashion. And with where Martinez is running, I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
Boo. Boo going for the save here out of 9Z, man. You got so much money playing against the eco. Listen, I'm just here for the entertainment, right? Probably the correct decision to make by the textbook, but yeah, losing to the pistols, far less than ideal. Was very good util usage from Red Canids. The flashes were on point. Buddha was blind for a very long time. Eventually got overrun there by Hardzao. They were able to take DGT down as well. He's been a massive thorn in Red Canids' side here, as was the case on Dust 2 as well. But first round on the board here for the team who have picked the map, and for their case, hopefully more to come from there.
Always the way, isn't it, with CS? Very often, that sort of purchase which finally gets you off the mark.
Yeah, because you just play with more freedom, right? Less concern. Kind of just happy to turn the burners on, get aggressive, and that's sometimes what's required. Big nade onto Venom Zero, gain middle control. Going to go the way of Red Canids. They've had quite a bit of mid control to work with throughout the half, but they haven't been able to translate that control into anything significant.
Oh. Bit of a miscommunication there on the double smokes towards short as they both fall away from that short bricks boost. But, oh, how has Nithon just taken that one on Harasser Peak? That's his first turn of the game, and it's a wall bang through a smoke. You know, try and take control toward the top of Connector off the back of that. And they are body blocking slightly now, Red Canids. And look at this. Big off angle for Max. It's the freest 2 kills. He's trying to back away to play time, but he can't. David finds him and can recover the bomb as well. And Cold on that lurk area. DGT is not expecting that whatsoever. It's down to Buddha. They know he's the B player. And that nade is possibly the best touchdown possible. It's the impact damage and the damage of the explosion itself. A 60 damage nade, I think that was. Could not have been better.
Health. Might even be enough to just send Buddha packing here. Nothing zen about that grenade from Red Canids. And that is going to be their second round on the board, so winning the eco might be something that kickstarts their campaign here on Mirage. I thought that they might have thrown the round away when they pushed through that top con smoke with 2 players. The problem is that they were both looking towards jungle, so maybe a bit of a miscommunication there from them. Oh, and Cold will die to the bomb explosion as well, which actually is impactful. Look at the money here for the T side. Not the end of the world, but something that will affect them slightly. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You see both players looking jungle. It was a huge trade out of Davidus, making sure that his opponent wasn't able to fall back to Tetris and buy even more time.
Yeah, really well played by Red Canids. Little Cold Zero lurk as well made such a big difference. Could have been a close end to that round, but not the case. I was going to mention about how I liked 9Z changing up their setup, because of course we saw them put so much pressure and positioning around the A site. They had, at one point, they had Martinez around default with the AWP. They had 2 next to stairs and connector, and Harasser Peak pushing through ramp. But on that round, they had the short bricks boost, of course, which got themselves that opening kill. And a player in apps and a random connector in A. Different setup, and it doesn't work out long term. Frustrating for 9Z. And once again, it's an early lead that has gone from a 6-1. It was on Dust 2, of course, to a 6-6. This is a 6-0 that's gone to a 6-2. They only really have, I would say, a buy and a half, maybe, just looking at the money they've got. Maybe just one full purchase.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, probably just enough to bring together another buy again. Red Canids will get themselves in towards mid. This has been a staple for them. A big part of their default. Hardzao brings that first point of contact, and he's been able to take down the kingpin of DGT, at least to ESL Peak. will find a trade back through that con smoke. Keeps the numbers level. Martinez in a pretty awkward position, just bobbing and weaving back and forth between cats and apartments. Sub 1 minute left on the clock, and Red Canids have some decisions to make as to how they're going to finish the round off from here.
There's quite a lot of information for 9Z. I mean, again, look where Buddha is. He is very often the B player, but 9Z have changed up the setup in this round. Got him close ramp on A this time with a defensive Huasso peek in CT, just checking for the possibility of a murder hole push and a flank toward the B site perhaps, but I don't know what's coming now. Bomb's been planted. Buddha, that is when he decides to pounce, of course. They're not expecting maybe, or maybe he thinks they're not expecting that position. Tries to deny a plant, not allowed. And they know exactly where Huasso peek is. He'll go down to David as well. This is another really nice recovery from Red Canids.
My concern is just how uncanny the similarities are between the start of Dust 2 and the start of Mirage, because the starts of both of these maps have been very dominant for 9Z, where they've just looked like the team we saw at IEM Dallas. They looked like the team we expected coming into the series, and then they hit that position of comfort, and I don't think they've been coasting since then. Not on Mirage, at least. They've still certainly been giving this one horns, but Red Canids have just been shooting harder, consistently getting middle control. That might be something that 9Z look to remedy, and Martinez will get that kill on David. He's taken some damage, but at least there's a trade. Red Canids put themselves in the round as a result. There's more where that came from, though. Huasso Peak and Max will throw themselves into mid, and that is the solution from 9Z. It's just numbers in towards that part of the map.
Yeah, and some W holding as well. Just the short push with the MP9 coming down bottom con just pinches it and constricts them, and they do really well to recover all the preferred weaponry at the end of the round there as well, shooting it across the ground to pick it up. And 9Z will put a stop to that recovery from Red Canids, at least for now. I do keep an eye on chat sometimes, on occasion. And I've seen a message that I think is worth bringing up, a little cool stat. Venom Zera is 19, of course. He's the youngest player on Red Canids. And he was 11 when Cold played his first ever S-tier event. Wild.
That is crazy. 11.
I was playing Club Penguin, mate.
I can't even... I was playing in the mud outside, man. Just having a laugh. Red Cannon's going to look to try and get themselves in towards mid a bit later in this round. David has found the opening pick on his countryman. Good change of pace here from Red Cannons. Not just sticking to what they've done in these past few rounds. Same map control comes through. Just at a different pace. However, 9Z have got a big advantage here. Martinez has come alive in a big way here. 2 kills out of him. And I don't know how Red Cannons are going to get themselves back into this from here, because the bomb's on Catwalk, and Venom Zero, I mean, he's making his way up Connector right now, but he's the one who's going to have to go back for the C4.
It's going to be awkward for Martinez, though. It's a Mach 10, which is very quick on the jiggle, and there we go. He will get punished. He's got 2 in the round, of course, but position he necessarily need to put himself in. Thankfully, Venom Zero will be stopped from advancing up short by Max. That HE is nice from Hardzao. Of course, they know where he is. Can that volley force the open and get a free kill? It can. And DGT, of course, is very low from his frag earlier. 16 kills for DGT in this game. But Hardzao, of course, will be allowed to pick up a lot. But yeah, with the bomb on short, I don't think he's going to be able to get to any of these players in time. Of course, he wasn't going to be able to get the bomb in time. I was just thinking maybe he could find the kills in time. But 9Z smartly will back away as much as possible, realising the time on the clock. And Hardzao will choose to save the AWP instead.
Yeah, this round is the last of the half as well, so it makes sense he carries the gun through to at least improve the firepower here that Red Cannons are going to have to work with. And 9Z are doing here on Mirage what they weren't able to do on Dust 2, and that's recover after Red Cannons get momentum, right? On both halves, once Red Cannons got the ball rolling, 9Z just couldn't stop them. So this time they have been able to, and it's going to be on Red Cannons to find a way to get themselves back into the game once again.
Oh, the aggression. In comes Max on the immediate trade. That's the second time they've done that in this game, 9Z. And it's been successful on both occasions. And Xavadeus last alive. He is, well, very stuck. And of course, the end of the half is nigh. Leap his way in with a flash. Max is playing it perfectly. And he'll take the kill as that smoke blooms. We're going to go to a break. 9Z up 9-3, looking a lot more comfortable on Red Canids map pick. Yo, we're back. And 9Z are back as well. Kind of felt like we needed to put out a search warrant for them after the end of Dust 2. It was Red Canids who completely street clear on that one. But on the unfavoured map for 9Z, they got themselves a 9-3 CT half, which they'll be very happy with.
Yeah, great return. 9Z doing here on Mirage what they weren't able to do on the map before this, and that's recover after things stop going their way. And if 9Z can win the pistol round here to begin their campaign on the T side, I'd say this map is as good as done. So, an must-win pistol round here for the Brazilian team. Something they haven't been able to do yet, Trav. They're 0 for 3 so far.
Yep, that's a very good point. Pistol would go a long way. And Zero is going to try and help out with that. It's a tap on Terrasso Peak, playing that headshot angle, of course, in Connector. Can be hard to deal with. Max will get a nice trade. And now they're aware of the possibility of the Palace player. DGT! He's been the main man for 9Z in this game, and the round might not even be done yet. Hang on a moment. That second tap from DGT was absolutely dirty, but coldzera and Hardzao might look to try and recover still. Now an Incendiary picked up to try and molly out of position, and sadly, despite that utility available, it's not where a T player is playing from. Max dancing around triple. There's going to be a tap on the bomb, and that is a sick reaction from Cold. Now it's interesting. Martinez in connector spotted out. DGT spotted out. There goes Martinez. It's now down to DGT once again, but look at the damage he's doing, and that should be enough to take it. It absolutely will be. DGT gets himself a quad kill to secure the pistol, even a wallbang headshot to finish it off, but it was that second kill which really set him off running.
Yeah, 4 for 4 now, 9Z. Quad kill coming through for DGT. He has been a monster in the series so far. He topped the server on Dust 2 with 23 kills. He's up to 20 frags in 13 rounds here on Mirage as well, proving to be an unstoppable force. As Red Canids, unfortunately, just haven't pitched up. I mean, they were able to get into some good positions on the previous half. You know, they got some control towards middle routinely, but that's when they fell short afterwards, right? Not able to really make much of that control. And this is the 9Z we expected to see coming into the series. Now on the brink of taking us to Nuke to decide the series.
Very much so. This is going to be a speedy one. I'm very much looking forward to seeing DGT's stats after this entire best of 3. Especially if he has a good map 3. There's a Zeus here for Hardzao. Are we going to see it? Is it going to happen?
Go on, lad.
Oh, he even got the little lightning bolt to shoot in the right direction. Just too far away. That little nerf to the Zeus has proven to be a painful one. Cold? coldzera. Plant denial? Oh, he just checks pass at the last second. Feels bad, man. But it's not going to be the end of the world. I think Red Canids know that Mirage might be a little bit too far gone at this point.
Surely, right? Has to be 11-3. One gun round between 9Z and Nuke right now. Complete turnaround. What a contrast. I mean, these two teams have played against each other on Mirage twice before. First time was back in January, so take it with a pinch of salt, of course. But that was a game that went to overtime, 19-16. So double OT on that occasion. Next time they played, they required all 24 rounds, where Red Canids eventually came out on top. But this time, 9Z have their number, and it looks like they're just going to go for a brute force approach to try to finish off the job. A straight up A exec. They're going to test the metal of the defense on this bomb site. Venom Zero going to get smoked off. He catches a glimpse of one, but isn't even able to inflict any damage. So Red Canids, do they look to try to be proactive here to deny the bomb plant? Unfortunately, doesn't look like they'll get a kill before the plant comes through, so it's going to have to be the retake from the CT side if they're going to win the round.
Yeah, Venom Zero had a chance there for a moment when he got himself a top of ticket as that flash came through to help out. But look at this for Cold. He actually does really well to find one, considering 3 players are shooting at him. And there's still a chance here, but Buddha is putting an end to that. 2 nice kills on the Galil. Hang on a moment. Hardzao, unfortunately, the biggest issue is that he's kitless right now. And I think he realizes that. Harasso Peak should have this round. It's going to be a tap on the bomb, even though it's not planted for Harasso Peak. Even if Hardzao takes the kill, he knows he's not got this defuse. And everything's going 9Z's way, unfortunately, for Red Canids. Can't even save the rifle, and he wants to keep into the next round to at least have something to work with.
Look at that ragdoll.
And yeah, that ragdoll is a splat in the mid portion of Mirage there.
Honestly, my back's been pretty stiff lately, and I feel like if I could get into that position, it would stretch it out really nicely. So
I know, right?
Maybe I should emulate that. I might break something in the process and try to get into that position. But...
I actually do some exercises sometimes, like for my back as well, because I've got some very, very minor scoliosis, like it was diagnosed like years and years ago. So I don't know if it's still bad at all, but yeah, I'm quite good with my posture, I feel like. So
you got that Elige level posture when you're gaming?
Not sure about that level, but
okay,
I've got something.
All right. I mean, you should send me the routine, man. I could certainly do with some more stretching in my life. Should integrate some Pilates or yoga.
The back cracks that I get every evening when I stretch my back out in the evening.
So satisfying, man.
Yeah, sometimes they're painful, but the ones that aren't painful are just the best.
I get so jealous of people who are able to like click their necks.
I can't do that.
I'm always too nervous. I just feel like I'm gonna snap my neck when I'm trying to click it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I can click every other part of my body kind of clicks. I'll be real with you. Toes, fingers, everything apart from the neck.
You know what else clicks, Trav?
This round. I mean, I know you're gonna say us, but
boring.
The game could be about to be ending here, but Red Canids are fighting back in this one. There's a quick frag from Cold, but a trade from Max, and DGT is ready to flash his teammate into a jungle to take deeper control of that portion of the map. Of course, that locks out so much. However, there is a Chilean snake in the grass toward Palace. He'll get himself an all-important kill with an MP9 and he's trying to keep himself alive. It's a great catch on Buddha and somehow gets away with it. It is down to DGT. It's the one man you'd want, but Davideus is being an absolute nuisance and just peaks at a random timing that DGT is not expecting.
It was very good timing because DGT's thinking, well, there's no way he's going to peek out of Palace because I know he's there and he's probably expecting me to hold the angle. So he's almost just trying to stay one step ahead. And Davideus is actually the one who's one step ahead because that's the exact read that he's made. So Red Canids finally going to win another round back here. Feels like a consolation round. How far can they take this? How much can they extend Mirage by? Certainly hasn't gone the way they would have hoped after such a good display on Dust 2, but we're on the brink of teams trading each other's map pick.
Max will creep forward to a bottom connector. Great crosshair placement, actually, and where Davideus was jiggling. But he'll wiggle some more to get out of this situation. And Venom Zero is actually very lucky not to be caught there. He peeks a little bit too early when that smoke blooms toward ramp. Shows his presence. Shows where he is positioned.
Shows a bit of ankle.
Yeah, exactly. Do you show a bit of ankle?
Yeah, of course. I like to show the chest as well. You've seen me, man.
Yeah, you're a little bit wild. But it is South Africa after all. It's usually a very hot
country,
country,
man. So. Not only that, man, I ride my elephant to work in the morning, so keeping up with the tempo.
Nice entry. But it's going to have to mostly be DGT in this round. 24 kills in the round. Make that on the game, sorry, and stay that way. For now, at least. That's a lovely hold from David, and once again, he's the main man for Red Canids in this game. I chose him as my player to watch, despite how 9Z have looked as of late with their individuals, and very glad to say that Davideus is performing to a great level and keeping my little individual prediction looking very accurate.
Yeah, bang on the money there with that call. I do want to say, or ask rather, do you have any faith yet, Trav, in the 12-5 comeback?
No.
You haven't learned from your mistake, G2, with the 12-5 comeback into overtime against Vitality on Anubis. I was in your stream there, man. I said, I want to believe, I want to have faith, and it went to OT. Then again, I've just literally cited the only one game that was able to make a comeback in 12-5. Yeah. So, using an anomaly to try and subsidize my point, probably not a very fair way to go about things.
That was a fun little co-stream and an incredible game. Absolute wild scenes. Dallas, in more ways than one. New stories coming out.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody needs an SSD, I know a guy.
Crazy.
Protect your urinals.
NBGG.
Yeah,
his career.
I'd say just straight up BG, actually. That's about it.
Hardzao defending toward B against the pistols, and Nate Devlin has already done so much to Hardzao in this round, or to Harasser pick, sorry, in this round, and he's an easy pick-off. Hardzao will get himself a quad kill in the end. His tally up to 16, but 9Z still have plenty of opportunities here.
Yeah, 6 more map points here for 9Z to take it to a third and final map. Just want to update everybody on the action going on elsewhere. Of course, there are 3 other games being played here in the playoffs for ECL South America Season 47. Bestia looking to try and level up the series against MIBR. They lead that second map after losing the first. Fluxo have had a good start to that second map as well after losing out in overtime to Pain. And Sharks are about to take it to a third against Imperial. So it actually looks like all 4 games will require 3 maps, which is actually probably a testament to how closely contested these matches are.
Yeah, very true. Very true. It's definitely all set up that way, but I'll have to see how it all turns out eventually. Those 2 spots in Pro League, of course, one through the Grand Final, one through that lower bracket consolidation final, and DGT, he's still feeling it, knowing the game he's had, but he just wide swings into apartments. Crosshair placement's way too good from Red Canids. It's immediate headshots, and Cold will get a lovely little 2k. And not of the Stewie variety. 9Z, 12-7, Red Canids with a little bit of a streak going here. Another eco or half buy to come through for 9Z.
If I'm 9Z, I'm calling, obviously, the eco here, and then it's just the straight-up AA exec in the next gun round. I mean, I don't think they won the last AA exec, but they got the bomb plants, and they lost it to... Actually, they did win it, right? Hardzao didn't have enough time for the defuse, so... The AA exec has already proved to be successful for 9Z, and, yeah, I think it's always a good fallback option. It's a safe option. It's the one... big advantage for the T side on Mirage is you can exec on either bomb site without having to fight for map control. Of course, the exec on the B bomb site, not very reliable at all, super chaotic. But yeah, I think you just want to keep things simple here if you're 9Z. They will eco, and we saw Red Canids win an eco with less to work with than what the T side have at their disposal this time round. Red Canids are just looking like a completely different team though, man. Just looking way more composed. Shooting way better as well.
Where this round falls apart. Never mind, all good. No. I thought Buddha had a chance with how quick he was toward bench. Oh, hang on. Rasso peak. 17 HP on Nython. And he spotted out where that AWP is coming from as well. He's managed to get himself into bench and pick up the AK. Now then. This has got interesting. Venom Zera, oh, he's been spotted out as well. I think he knows that's not the AWPer. Fake plant, swing into the angle, but they're both just going to hold each other's hands smartly. Well played. Now the gap is just 4. Hello.
It was 12-3 at one point. Red Canids have won 5 rounds. They need 9 in a row to force overtime. They've gotten 5 out of the 9, so 4 more. If they've won 5 already, why can they not just do 4 more from here? That's what logic dictates. Let's see. A 9Z listening into the broadcast here. They're going to take my advice and just go for the AA exec. Is that predictable? Womp womp. It is map control. It is a default. And it is an opening kill as well from Buddha. Where did that frag even come from? It looks like Davidus was pushing lowers. Now, I get that they're trying to do something different, but I think when your backs are completely against the wall and you absolutely can't afford to lose a round, you don't really have the freedom to make those sort of gamble plays, man.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's sort of a situation as well where if it ain't broke, don't fix it. See if you can keep the streak going. There are reasons to go the other way, as you say, stay dynamic, change things up, but it's always the toss-up between how long do you keep that going. Anyway, 9Z have a chance to close it out here and now. Everyone very static across the map there for a few seconds before 9Z will creep a little bit closer to A ramp. Nython is here. Did a slow game. Unfortunately, that'll be a missed shot as well. The smoke will come through to try and bait Venom Zera in, and as that smoke blooms, he gets a frag. But Martineza is on the case.
Problem is the bomb trap.
Yeah, a little right-click nade to break up in the smoke, though. Goes for the Glock, but Venom Zera doesn't just take Martinez, he takes Max as well directly behind him. What a transfer.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd love to see that from his POV. That truly was nuts.
No idea. Yeah, how on earth does he get that frag on Max? Cold Zero hears the footsteps of Buddha. And Red Canids have now drawn within 3 rounds of overtime. No bomb plant for the T side either means they're going to have to just go for a half buy. So that's 12-10. Then a gun round. If Red Canids win that 12-11, I mean, this is actually very doable. I'm getting pretty nervy for 9Z right now. Probably not a bad idea to call for a pause. Yeah, me too, man.
This is not how I expected this map to end. 9Z would have wanted this one done and dusted to focus on the decider. Maybe they're focusing on that decider a little bit too soon.
Yeah, I mean, you could even make a case that regardless of what happens from here, even if Red Canids do lose the map after a good fight back, they'll certainly be in better spurts going into Nuke, and 9Z would have had to work a bit harder to get across the line here than what they would have liked, considering they were up 12-3 at one point. So I think this only aids Red Canids going forward, regardless of whether they do make the comeback happen or not.
Great recovery from Red Canids on that previous round. Looking to try and keep it going. Damage exchanged between DGT and Davideus. There is a quick trade. That's going to be an M4 that can be recovered. Of course, and a rifle to add to the mix. And Venom Zera comfortable to push forward with the help of this smoke. Actually got himself into the ninja position right now, with Venom Zera trying to play on top of the box in the end. Gets his one. But it's still 3 versus 3, and Harasipix found another, and a shot has been missed by Nithon. Could this be where it collapses? Cole's pushing up, and even though it's a low HP player in front of him, he can't find it. It's all Nithon. 1 versus 2. He's got a kit, but he's got 2 players to find on an AWP retake. It's a lovely flick on Buddha, and he's straight back behind Triple as well. Oh my word, it was so close to taking Harasipix on the headshot angle, but not to be. The expected winner of Mirage probably was Red Canids coming into this one, but when 9Z was so far in front, you definitely thought it would have been them. But a great little comeback eventually has been closed out by 9Z, and we're going to a decider.
Yeah, absolutely. Wasn't expecting that, considering what a good map Mirage is normally. At least Red Canids kind of saved their blushes a little bit and improved the optics of Mirage, and probably also improve how they're feeling going into that 3rd and final map. And it is the upper bracket semi-final. No, not semi-final just yet, but is it, Trav? I don't think so.
Time to double check to make sure you're not spouting it. It is the upper bracket semi-final.
It's 2 a.m. here in South Africa, so forgive me. It is the upper bracket semi-final, so that means that yeah, it's a really big opportunity. Whoever wins this goes into the upper bracket final, and they're just one win away from ESL Pro League. Davideus again, Trav. This man is just lighting up the scoreboard, isn't he?
Yeah, I've been loving what he's been doing. I'm very glad that he's performing particularly well as well. But yeah, as you so rightly say, I mean, the upper final, of course, if you win that upper final, you get through to the grand final, you have multiple chances to make it, right? So yeah, super interesting to see how that will all pan out. As you rightly said earlier, there's a chance that nearly all the series that is being played tonight could go 3 maps. It's just been confirmed that Sharks, of course, have taken map 2 over Imperial as well, so that's going to a 3rd map decider. But for us, we're going to see you, of course, on the 3rd map decider of Nuke, and that is also, at least statistically, a good map for Red Canids. So it should be another very interesting, matchup between these two, and make sure to come back to see how this series ends off in a few minutes. There we go. One more map to figure out who makes the upper final of ESL Challenger League Season 47 playoffs in South America. Been a very entertaining series so far, and we've got ourselves to a third map decider, but not in the way we thought we would, Matt.
Yeah, that's a good point. We kind of reversed the roles. Dust 2 going the way of Red Canids, and then their map pick of Mirage was a blowout, at least in the first 15 rounds. 9Z were up 12-3. Things started to slip to the wayside at that point. Eventually, a half buy was enough to get them across the line, and that means we need that third and final map to see which team will go into the upper bracket final, Trav.
Yeah, and it should be pretty exciting because what we've seen so far, there's been some wild moments, some great aim, like displays of aim, I think it's especially. I mentioned that I wanted to talk about DGT. Davideus was our player to watch. He's having a great series so far. He's got a 96 ADR at the moment over the two maps, 1.31 rating and 38 kills. But DGT was kind of like a pick that we always would go for, but because everyone kind of knows 9Z now, I feel like, especially after their Dallas run, we kind of went elsewhere. But DGT, he's 48 and 31 right now. He's plus 17, 125 ADR over those two maps, and he's the only man positive overall on his team. I think that's going to have to change for 9Z if they're to win this series in this decider.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, he has been a shining light so far in this matchup for 9Z. On both maps, he's just been dominating Red Canids, really. He just needs one or two of his teammates to come to the party as well, and then that should be enough for them to win the map, right? As you say, he can't do it alone, though, going into this third map. You know, Nuke is very well known for not being able to be carried by one individual most of the time. On the T side, it's really tough, especially, and then CT side, there's so many different points of the map receiving pressure that you can't expect one guy to get the job done. So we're going to find out exactly how things will unfold here on Nuke as we're getting into that third and final map. Red Cannon starts on the CT side. They haven't won a pistol still. Or did they? No, they haven't, right? It's 0 for 4, Trav. 0 for 4, mate.
Don't doubt yourself.
True.
This is where you find out, you double check it and you find out you're wrong.
No, it was 0 for 4. I got it.
Found the notes. Eventually. Coles. Pressured outside. 9Z very deep in toward this garage position and all the way in through hell. And it's an early 2 for 2. Martinez will be down to 5 HP, but it is DGT and Max once again for 9Z. That's not getting picks with the PT50 and the Glock. Hauser is playing with this angle back and forth. He's waiting for his teammate to come and help out as well, and that's some good work from Red Canids. That's the third kill of the round for Hardzau, but significant help from Venom Zera, and that's a great timing on the flick around as Martinez will creep up. Max is in a 1 versus 3. He drops down directly into the arms of the ramp player in David as well. Max
certainly not the loving arms. That's for sure.
Exactly. And he's done.
And yeah, David finishes off the job, and Red Canids have done the unthinkable. They've won a pistol round. Exactly what they would have been hoping for here coming into the decider, starting on the favorite side as well. I mean, they started the first map, Dust 2, 6-1. They then obviously lost the pistol conversion and eco afterwards in the second half on Dust 2. On Mirage, they lost both pistols and the conversions thereafter. So they haven't really been able to get off to a strong start and have something going for them from the beginning of the map. So this is certainly going to set them off on the correct foot here.
Yeah, 9Z, of course, they did recover after losing a map to Fluxo in the previous round and, of course, the playoff bracket last night. And, I think they did very well with that in the end, even though they would be expected to beat Fluxo. Obviously, there's all the question marks about, is there a hangover from Dallas, so on and so forth. But they're going to have to make sure they stay alert in this decider. Otherwise, the lower bracket will be their only path in to that Pro League spot. Of course, Red Canids in the first gun round coming in here for 9Z. Still have their MP9s, so it's about how you get them into play on Nuke. Good map for them, of course. Any map feels like a good map for an MP9, without a doubt, but certainly they can feel like a mini M4 when you play in these sort of positions. Top hut around Squeaky. Still got full utility, of course, to keep 9Z at bay. But 9Z has something to answer back with. And very calm opening gun round here for 9Z. Just feeling out the map. Little taps outside from Max is all he's really put forth so far. Taking one bullet himself, but that's all. And molly damage in towards Secret for Nithon. I think that information will be heard as that sound cue of the molly being touched there.
Yeah, 9Z looking to get themselves on the board, and they're going to try and get themselves in towards the A bomb site. They do draw first blood. Hardzau gets a kill back and extends even further, pushing in towards Hut. Barely had any room to work with. Hasao peaked in the meantime, has just been able to break down the defense on that A bomb site. Eventually, Hardzau will trade. That's his 8th kill of the map already. And it's all on Max's shoulders, 1 versus 2. Problem is he's making his way up towards heaven. Nithon's already in position, and the bomb's on the site, so He might actually catch Nathan off guard. Yeah, he completely does.
Wow.
Hardzao, 12 points of health. He has gone for a big rotation though, Trav, and surely this will catch Max off guard.
I really like this play from Hardzao. 3 kills in the round. He's 8-0 so far. Can he make it 9? And he hears Max running around as well. I think the last position he'll expect is Heaven, but he's playing this very, very carefully, and that's exactly why. Super, super smart from Hardzao. As soon as he knows the plot is a committal and it's not a fake, that's when he swings, right? He knows he's in the process, of course. Max will be in the process of pulling out his weapon and maybe moving away to a different after plant position. Absolutely textbook 1v1 there from Hardzao, and a great round overall as well, considering they had the MP9 still.
Yeah, I mean, some people will be thinking you've just given up the bomb plant, but considering he only had 12 health, that's the least of his worries. Was a bit nervy when he dropped off Heaven there. We've seen some players make the mistake of taking some fall damage. He didn't have much health to sustain the damage, but no problem at all. And that's a good start here for Red Canids winning that gun run up, despite the fact that Huaso Peak was able to do some damage on that A-bomb site. Hardzao was the trump card. And we haven't really seen him light up the server in the series so far. I'd say outside of Davidus, Hardzao's probably the strongest rifler on Red Canids, so they definitely need him to pitch up in a big way here on the decider.
That was a super fun round. Really well thought out 1v1 there from Hardzao. Oh, and a good repositioning there from Nathan as well. Huaso Peak will get caught. Gap angle being played with, and the fast-moving scout is spotted strafing back and forth. Like a roller coaster. Side to side.
Yeah. Left, right, all around, upside down. Oh, Davidus, big job to do. Door opened up. Players swing, and he finds the kills accordingly. Can't find the third to complete the sequence and deny the plant at the bare minimum, but he's done more than enough here to win the round here for his team. Retake absolutely on the cards. Beautiful flick shot there from Nathan, and he says, that's my contribution to the retake, guys. You're going to have to finish it off from here.
Yeah, Budo will hear all the stomping around and about his person. And he'll know he's not long for this world. There's another super kill for Hardzao. He's up to 10-0 in this game for Red Canids. CT side start on Nuke is looking super solid for them. And it is, of course, as we mentioned earlier, certainly one of their very solid maps. We know that Mirage has been kind of on the same level as their Nuke recently, but Red Canids have got previous, of course, as well against 9Z on this map. There have been very close games. In that best of 5 in the CBCS final, of course, they won it 16-12. And in the regular season, in the group play of ESL Challenger League, of course, they won it 13-11 as well against 9Z, did Red Canids. So it's a map they've had a double over on 9Z.
Yeah.
Had an answer despite how close it's been, and maybe we could see a repeat here. Who knows?
You combine that with the fact that Red Canids have gotten better as the maps have gone on in the series so far. With the strong start here, they're going to be feeling very happy with the position they find themselves in, but they're going to have to deal with a big exec into the A-bomb side. Utility raining, and Hardzao's incendiary is not going to be able to stop them. He's going to have to do it with his gun, and he will find a kill. The flashes continue to roll in, though. A blind man loses his life, and, well, now it's up to the retake. That gun barrel spotted. Easy wallbang for Buddha to take down Cold Zero, and that's gun round over. 9Z will get themselves on the board, assuming there's no way back in. Davidus, because he finds the timing. Martinez is not considering this is the bomb that's been dropped now. Davidus continues to toy with him. He's going to have to finish off the job, though. Oh, reloading his gun. He's out in the open. And that will save 9Z's blushes.
God, I'm so confused. One, how is Martinez not realizing that Davidus' position could be critical? I mean, obviously he's got a silenced M4 there, Davidus, so maybe... but I don't think there's any issue of realizing where he's coming from, considering where he got that kill. I think they'll realize where that frag came from. And that frag onto Martinez from Davides. Drops the bomb next to Hut as well. He teams up for the second. With that quick rotation, of course. But can't get the movement right to hop back into lobby and keep himself alive. And that is what costs him. 9Z get off the board, but it's not without a bit of a squeak.
Alright, well, game is very much alive now. Neither team has any residual cash either, so economic reset looms here for the loser. 9Z again going to keep things simple, as was the case in the previous round. Martinez, he would have been seen on the drop down. Nathan just caught a glimpse, so was able to adjust his scope position. And that's the first blood that's been drawn.
Cole holding that headshot line with the FAMAS. Now he's been spotted though and realizes definitely the best course of action is to escape back through the double doors. It baits in Hards out for another kill in this game, and that's when he goes for a swing, but Rasso peeks Coldzera and gets his reward and gets the result he wanted. 3v3 recovered. 40 seconds in the round to get a plant down. And Venom Zero is waiting for the possibility of them just charging back up the ladder in the vent to go for an A play. Keeping a close eye on it and towards single door, and that drops the bomb on the site. Pretty sure it's there, and yes, it has been thrown upward. He does really well to get a second there. And DGT hits in the clutch. He goes for the plant straight away, knowing that the rotations will be pretty quick. And will actually very sharpishly get himself in toward... Ooh. I was going to say in toward Mini. But he knows that the rotation has not come there yet. And he's going for the round the world play to go up the heaven ladder. And this could be really smart because he's planted super open. This is the last spot that I think they're going to expect DGT in. They're checking towards Squeaky. They're checking toward the position. They're checking for the possibility. And that's going to be too close. Where's the kit? It's on the ground. Can he go back and get it? There's surely no time for it now.
No, definitely not. No chance.
Oh, the communication a little bit messy.
Yeah, they had to have that info relayed through a bit sooner there to go for the kit and try and call out where it would have been. Great clutch coming through from DGT. Very composed in that situation. As you say, he had a very good read on how long the rotations were going to take to get into the A-bomb site, and that would have afforded him the time to wrap around outside. Completely unexpected. Despite the fact he doesn't get that last kill, he will win the round for his team. That's going to reset the CT's economy. And 9Z now start to make some moves on their T side.
Yeah, that's such a huge round. Again, it's DGT. Be disappointed he didn't get that second kill, and he certainly would have had his heart in his mouth, not knowing whether that last player had a defuse kit already on him or not. But in the end, only took a few more seconds for him to realise he took the round. Great decision making from DGT, as we're speaking about, choosing the heaven idea. The fact that he planted already so open, it wasn't like it was close behind the silos, the site silos. It was very wide. Let himself to going toward that play and just perfectly thought out. Now, 9Z need to make sure they compound that win and don't lose to what would be just pistols in this one. DGT waiting. Oh, he's given up his life. That's an AK that can be picked up.
There's no
Martinez
way,
may have complete control from heaven, but this is worrying.
I don't think there's any chance. I mean, the bomb plant's going to come through. They've got good post-plant positions as well, with Duasso peeking towards heaven. You know, Buddha on the bomb site. You got a player in the rafters as well. Red Canids. They're just going to look to try and get themselves in towards the site. Devin's actually cleared out the player in the rafters. It's all on Buddha. 1 versus 3. They know exactly where he is as well. The nade will take him down. Looking to just force these gunfights. It's not the cleanest. And Red Canids have just won an eco.
Oh, I can't believe it. 9Z have done all the hard work. 2 super close rounds that managed to get them onto the scoreboard, fight their way back to an opportunity to close the gap to 1. And they've fallen to a USP from Coldzera. That's his first kill of the game. The 1 dig toward DGT in lobby. You're just advancing forward to check to see if anyone had pushed through trophy room. And sadly for 9Z, that is a big misstep. They will smartly use this already, the second of their tactical timeouts, just to take a deep breath after losing that round.
Yeah, but losing a round like that in the decider can do a lot of damage to your mental, and it's one thing losing an anti-eco round, but when that anti-eco round loss then sends you into eco territory, that's just like a double whammy, man. They should have never been in a position where they'd have to eco in this round, but here we are. A big let off, a really big reprieve for Red Canids, man.
Just gives them some extra cash to work with in the background as well. Winning on the half buy. Hardzao and Nython definitely making use of that. Again, a very entertaining map between these two.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of feels like we haven't really had a hotly contested map yet, and you're going to think, come on, A's, we've had, what, 2 13-9s, right? But I think that the scorelines haven't really done justice to how one-sided the map was that the team actually went on to win it. You know, 9Z won 5 of their 9 rounds on Dust 2 through pistol rounds and conversions. And they were down 12-3 at one point on Mirage, where Red Canids, and then won a few rounds to sort of recover the optics of that map, and then went on to lose at 13-9. So, haven't really had, you know, a hot map out the gates kind of thing. Looking like this could be.
Cold will find the last. 6-2. Guaranteed at least a tie on the half.
Gonna ask you again, Trav. How are you feeling about your prediction, mate?
Only because you picked Red Canids, man.
I know.
Get off my
and I can't
back.
lose with that prediction because they were the underdogs, right? So if my prediction's wrong, it's like, yeah, well, I was having some fun with it. If my prediction's right, best believe you're not going to hear the end of it.
Still, I respect it.
It's for the people, Trav. It's for the entertainment factor.
I mean, to be fair, I kind of made the case for picking Davidaeus as player to watch as well, even though I didn't pick Red Canids to win.
So you're also just playing both sides of the coin, aren't you?
In a way. I mean, he's 12-5.
He's covering all our bases.
Having another great map.
He is indeed, man. He's been fantastic. Such a consistent factor throughout the maps we played in the series. It is going to be 9Z, though, who have found all the space in the world. This round's over. It is done and dusted. 9Z have no idea that all 5 players... excuse me, Red Canids have no idea that all 5 of 9Z's players are just through secret in towards B. And this retake's not even one you'd want to consider, I don't think. They've got some money, but I reckon they'll probably just accept their fate once they realize what's going on.
Done to again, but he's still playing to the corner of that little smoke, and for a second he was only able to grab a kill from that. But it looks like 9Z have actually pathed their way into a bomb site nicely for once. Their 2-round wins in this game have both been, well, let's say squeaky. The DGT clutch, of course, and that 1v1 that turned out in the end where Davidaeus couldn't jump back through hut into lobby.
True.
Super, super close rounds. They're finally going to find a comfortable one for them. And they're going to hopefully win it with all 5 players alive as well to bolster that money for the final few rounds of the half. They'll really, really want at least a 7-5 from this now. Lots of damage will be taken by saving in toward that secret position, of course. Damage to the Kevlars, but it's not too bad in the end, actually. Of course, Red Canids have cash, so there's going to be a lot to break through for 9Z.
Yeah. Carrying through majority of their weapons as well. Venom Zero has Galil. Less than ideal, but certainly enough. 9Z. I mean, they're going to look to try and find some momentum now. Been pretty hard to come by for them on this T side. So they look to just try and exploit outside once again. It's going to certainly be in the back of Red Canids' minds. In fact, they've already made an adjustment. Nathan with the AWP is in towards Secret.
I like that. Repositioning. And he's very willing just to straight up hold the angle as well. He wasn't just playing the gap angle. A rifler perhaps would play to fill in utility as soon as you see information. That's the whole point of that. And it works out well. To have the AWP in a different position. Minutes ago, 9Z Shore have a lot of control outside. Garage is completely taken. Venom Zera's all the way back towards CT Red. Peak trying to creep underneath the railings, but now there's a lot of trouble for Venom Zera. Peak has the advantage and will take it every day of the week. 4 versus 4, 40 seconds in the round. And 9Z have a lot of control up toward Heaven. They can possibly swing out there. There is a flank coming through. Be careful of that little bit of pressure they're going to be under from outside. And Cold is still here. Rudy's keeping an eye on that possibility. Cold is towards CT Vent. DGT looking to try and pinch from every angle. Great timing on the Molotov, but it's not deep enough, and it means they can just take a free kill. And Buddha, he's entered into the site with his teammates. 2 for Peak, 2 for DGT. Everdares trying to creep away, and maybe he'll have to fight his way out to keep this M4.
Okay. Well, 9Z continue to close the gap. A well-worked round coming through from them. We've seen quite a few different faces from 9Z in these rounds on their T side as well. Once they found out Nathan was in Secret, they thought, yeah, maybe we go elsewhere. And able to then just work their way in towards the A-bomb site. Picking off Red Canids as they make their way forward. And that is going to be a 4th round on the board here. And it's going to have to be... I was going to say has to be an eco. Probably will be a bit of a half-buy coming through from Red Canids here. And then they're going to have to play for the last round of the half.
Well, I said 6-6 is possible. Still is. From that 6-2 deficit. Timeout used at the right time to figure out the purchase properly here for Red Canids. Some switching around needs to come through. But with that save from David, he'll be able to keep what he has, and the buy is good. The MP9 on hard sal. 9Z will know it's been a bit of a messy game for them. And if they can recover a good amount here on T side, getting the swap over to CT Nuke, might feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, if this ends 6-all, then 9Z will be very happy with their return after this first half. It's been Huaso Peak, the main player to speak of here for 9Z. I mean, Martinez hasn't had the series we expected from him at all. 1 kill so far here. I know the T side of Nuke is not at all a half that gets AWPers excited, but gonna need him to come to the party here. Again, a different showing from 9Z. Late presence, outside utility being thrown in, but 3 of the 5 players are grouped up outside of ramp right now, and as that molly finishes, it's exactly where they're gonna go, and there's no contest at all. I mean, we haven't seen 9Z go ramp, I don't think once throughout the half, right? So it's a big change up from them, a change of direction, and it's a great call as well.
Martinez. Great catch on Nathan. Could be a path back in. 35 seconds is when the bomb goes down. It looks like they're maybe prepared to go for a kind of a triple swing here with Buddha in the corner. The M4 is known about, and that's going to bait Buddha in. In comes Martinez for his pick, but he misses his shot, and somehow leaves Buddha with a lot to do. 1v3, going to be peppered by utility. There is a player on the defuse. It's not the player with the kit, funnily enough, which made it a little bit weird and maybe gave Buddha an opportunity. There were just too many players to find, and Red Canids will confirm their 7th and keep 9Z somewhat at bay.
And that then guarantees them at least the lead going into that second half, which I feel is really important considering how they had started. As I was saying at the start of the round, on the flip side for 9Z, they would have loved a 6-all halftime scoreline. 7-4. Fire looks good for both these teams. Do we see 9Z falling back onto something that's worked for them, like the wall of smokes outside into Secret, or the A exec? Looks like it's just going to be the default from the get-go. Martinez trying to force his way here into the round, getting boosted up. He will catch Cold Zero aggressing outside, and DGT's found an opening frag as well. So things couldn't have started off better here for 9Z.
They need this one. Nathan looking to try and push to gain what was lost. Anything you can do, really, in this situation. Keeping a little bit closer, ever closer to that squeaky position. And, I mean, Red Canids aren't actually in bad positions here for where 9Z are setting themselves up. They would need an individual to go above and beyond. That's the problem.
Zero's done it before.
Yeah, in that similar position as well. I like how 9Z are taking this one, though. Despite the fact they've got a 5 versus 3, just falling back together, trying to go for a proper execute together as well. Nathan is going to try and get his way up the vents, and finally will manage that, but misses the quick scope, and that was his main opportunity. Has to try and go in again, and just gets avoided. 9Z smartly keep as many players alive as possible, and the win from the outside position as well toward Venom Zera in Secret was the main kill. Grasso Peak will take Nathan, and Hards out is stuck next to Double Door, maybe hoping to deny a bomb plant with 15 seconds to go, but that's not where the bomb's heading. Going back toward A, and he's going to shift his way to DGT unexpectedly. So 7-5, still completely up for debate as to who's going to take this best of 3. We'll find out after a quick break.
Okay, second half of the third and final map. It is Red Canids who lead by 2 rounds. T side means it will be a struggle for them to try finish off the job from here. They have won a single pistol round out of the 5 we've played so far. It was here on Nuke. Can they replicate that success here on their T side?
Whoa, well, that could be a way to start. Venom Zero will destroy Harasso Peak, but the response is instant. Thankfully for Buda and Martinez. Martinez has had a very slow game, so a pistol round would be great to get some confidence back if he can win it for his team. They are going to allow Red Canids to get down toward the B bomb site, and Max with his dualies is getting pressured. David will deal with him easily, and there are just so many headshots coming through from these Glocks. Martinez is down to 1 point of health. Nython will take Buda, and Martinez, well, he's not winning this one. 1 bullet, even in the pinky toe, will take him down. And David will take the kill. Brilliant stuff from David S. Once again, this is the map that I spoke about in the past where David S. had that really, really long series. One of my very first casts for ESL. Went to like 31-29 or something, and David S. dropped 65, 68 kills or something. Back when he was on Paqueta, even before he was on 9Z. Now on Red Canids. He's having another great performance. Our player to watch. He's had a great series overall. And Red Canids have a free path to a 9-5 lead here.
They do indeed. No resistance to speak of in this next round. It's going to have to be done on hard mode for 9Z. Should be down 9-5. And then it'll come down to the gun round. Someone like Martinez is going to have a much bigger job to do here in the second half. Didn't get much out of him on the T side. I mean, DGT's also fallen off quite heavily. I did mention, you know, a map like Nuke not nearly as prevalent for the individuals compared to, you know, Dust 2 and Mirage. Some of the most heavily prevalent maps for people to pop off as individuals. So, yeah, you rely a lot more on your teamwork to get across the line on Nuke.
Indeed. And Red Canids are creeping ever closer to what would be a significant upset. No 9Z. They have lost to Red Canids plenty of times. It's not like it's a crazy one. Just a recent form of 9Z. You would think maybe change things slightly, but Red Canids do kind of seem to have 9Z's number. DGT will get cleared out by Hardzal. That's a quad kill for the Mac 10 against the Eco. Building up that dollar. Of course, we mentioned earlier that the last couple of times these two teams have played each other on Nuke, it has gone Red Canids' way in very close fashion. A 16-12 and a 13-11. Relatively recent as well. 9Z have not got an answer for Red Canids on Nuke, it feels like.
Well, let's see, because that's the first time we're going to see them with the weapons in play. There's an AWP for Martinez as well, an MP9. The problem is there's so much hinging and relying on this round for 9Z, so there's going to be a lot of pressure coming into it for the CT side. We will have a little bit of a techie before we are able to get into this gun round. I'd love to see something with pace here from Red Canids. You know, it's a series that's been going on for a while, and this is, as I mentioned, such a big round for 9Z that trying to play something aggressive might just catch them off guard. They could be on the back foot coming into this round. You know, you don't want to make any mistakes. They're probably not going to be aggressive as well because of how important this round is. So you can try exploit that as Red Canids. Probably be a little bit of space afforded to you. And yeah, let's see what they're going to bring to the table here.
Brief tech pause is cancelled, but I'll wait for the freeze time to finish and just let you know about the other results coming through at the moment. If you don't want a spoiler, mute the stream. MIBR have just beaten Bestia, and Pain have just beaten Fluxo, both in 2-0 fashion. So MIBR and Pain will continue through the lower bracket. I believe MIBR plays the loser of Sharks versus Imperial, and Pain plays the loser of this game we're seeing right here. Sharks and Imperial are currently also locked in a third map. Also could be an upset there, with Sharks up 8-5 on map 3. Very interesting stuff going down in South America. Martinez needs a kill. Oh, and that's just been his game in a nutshell. Venom Zera absolutely bonks him out of the round. Another advantage for Red Canids. Make that a 5v3.
Yeah, Nathan, the Chief Destroyer here as he takes Max down, and there's going to be a lot of pressure mounting on that B bomb side as well. Although, actually going to be a bit of a pivot here from Red Canids. Around that minute mark, I really like this play. Not something you see too often, but they're going to try and make their way back up secret stairs. It does look like DGT has them on notice, but he's only going to be able to find the one. A great trade. They swing just before the smoke blooms. They get some info. Buddha dropping the incendiary will keep them at bay, though. I don't think Red Canids were expecting another player on the site itself after all the pressure they applied through secret. And Huaso Peaky's actually tracked them down and been able to find the kill.
So Peak actually went a little bit more aggressive on that one. There's maybe a chance he could have grabbed a second, but he wasn't to know that. That's the advantage we have. And Buddha, MP9 only on that default area. He does well to get one, and there's Huaso Peak. We have a clean 1v1, both 100 health, but 18 seconds for Hardzao to find the bomb and get it planted. He goes for the duel instead, but that's a super important reaction from Huaso Peak. Hardzao kind of had the drop on him there. From his POV, he would have had a slight right-eye peek and would have had the first few bullets, but it's a great reaction from the Chile player, and it kind of keeps 9Z in the game.
Yeah, it does. Massive effort coming through from him, and absolutely required as well. That was a 5 versus 3, Trav. And while I said that I did like Red Canids' approach there to change things up and pivot back towards A, it wasn't the best option considering that 9Z hadn't really over-rotated with the players that had been pushing in towards Secret. So they were still well set up. You know, they had DGT outside. They then still had a player in the bomb site itself. So good work. Good composure from 9Z not to overcompensate there. Still though, neither team has any money in the bank after their investment. So still on the brink are 9Z.
Through the corner. MP9s, as you say, in play because of that previous round being so close and that damage coming through outside. Red Canids have been given a lot of space.
But they don't have a lot of util. One smoke grenade here on Davadus to try finish off the round, and it looks like they could be setting up on top of the lobby roof to deploy some utility. Venom Zero has been able to get into secret, so could try apply some pressure there perhaps.
Alright, click smoke from Buddha. They'll know the trajectory of that one. Hardzao will push forward and completely catches him in the back, but Buddha will be delighted with the fact he gets one kill before he goes down. Max has found one as well, but Martinezzo is caught just dropping down from heaven on a timing that I don't necessarily think was the right time, and it's turned out in a 2v2 in the end. Again, wild trades back and forth. Cold is absolutely focused on heaven because he sees his utility. However, Venom Zero in a clutch, but Huaso Peak from the rafters will keep Red Canids at bay. It's now their economy that is slightly put down to an eco situation. 9Z should be closing the gap to 1. This game has legs.
And again, it's another advantageous situation that goes awry there for Red Canids, right? So that's a bit of a problem for them, not able to convert these good positions that they get in. You know what? I was even caught off guard by DGT, and I can see the entire minimap, so I don't really blame Cold Zero. He has had a very tough time. There's just 3 kills on the map so far. Keep in mind, Red Canids have won an eco, right? So that definitely helped their campaign in that first half as well.
Indeed.
Sure, they were upgraded pistols, but it was still just pistols.
And importantly, they'll win it with 5 players alive as well. Important game in the battle for Pro League. And we are no closer to figuring out who gets that one step closer. Canids have had
round.
great... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say this is the round Red Canids have to win. You know, when you're on the T side, you've got to stay ahead of the game. You lose that advantage, you lose that lead, and there's just so much pressure that mounts on your shoulders at that point.
Oh, Venom Zera. Great entry. But Martinez thankfully will get one of his few kills in this game back in response. He's been having a bit of a struggle. He's been kind of not given much chance to deliver, it feels like, on a number of occasions. Being just domed, holding angles. Red Canids.
It do be like that sometimes.
It do be like that, indeed. So Peak has rotated down toward B. They know that there's a possibility Red Canids can split through double door and single door at any moment, really. Which is why they're playing a little bit extra careful. Make sure the rotation was in action and quick. Max is actually very confident to play quite a significant off angle here. Obviously, he has to be very worried about that possibility of a late ramp lurk, and he could just get destroyed in the side, but it is single door where it will come from, and Max can't get it done. It's David to get the kill, but Harasso Peak and Buddha answer back again, and a nice angle being held by Harasso Peak. And I've got to say, a lot of this comeback has been Harasso Peak doing his damnedest, but it's coldzera. Hang on. He's had a very, very quiet game, but in classic coldzera fashion, he might be about to win a clutch at a critical moment. Look at the time he's going to get on Buddha. coldzera finds it. Triple kill, 1 versus 3. And Red Canids are the first to hit double digits.
Yeah, cometh the hour, cometh the man. Exactly what was required of the veteran coldzera. Converts that situation. It wasn't looking good at all. It was a good cleanup on the defense from the CT side. You can see Harasso Peak standing up on top of the ledge here. Probably thought he had done enough to win the round. Martinez does what's required of him. He tries to get the trade, and then Buddha has no idea what coldzera is thinking at that point, so he just gets caught off by the timing. Pause will be called here. The third and final timeout by 9Z. And they spend all their money as well, Trav. That puts them on the brink. As, well, coldzera has just saved Red Canids from the brink.
Wow. What a time for the old legend to show up. Thankfully, 9Z have money in reserve like we spoke about. To keep this one going, keep a buy and play. But that, again, a bit like the... Oh, the spam smoke from Max there is really nice. But a bit like on map 1. Talking about some of those close rounds that could have gone either way. That's going to be one that 9Z will look back on and say, how on earth have we managed to lose that from there? Martinez will take Knife on though, and it does look like the instant rebuttal is but a few moments away. Martinez are playing the angle that Nithon, of course, was playing earlier. But Hard's out. He's in a very interesting position here. He could catch him out in the side. And there we go. Martinez spots it at the last second. Has to try a no-scope. And this round could spiral from here. The rotation down toward B is quite far away.
Sheesh.
Because they trusted in Martinez being in the position he was in. And Cold has stopped the fastest rotation. Harasso Peak will go down. coldzera awakening in the last ebbs of this game has really been huge for Red Canids. It's a 3v3. Retake on the B site is not easy. They have a smoke and kit on Max. That's what makes it very doable. But now he's gone down. And despite the damage, it's going to be so hard to recover now without this kit picked up. 9 HP on David. Going to try and nade his way out of trouble. And there's the clear from DGT. It's all down to Cold once again. He finds one. The bomb's being held though. But with the 10-second defuse and the kit not available, Cold has won 2 clutches in a row to put Red Canids ever closer to victory.
Yeah, disaster strikes for 9Z, man. 5 versus 3. Looked like it was basically unwinnable for Red Canids when Martinez is posted on the angle in secret, but then Hardzar comes out of nowhere. And he's able to find that frag. That then opens up the B bomb site. Red Canids don't think twice about taking the control. Retake looked like it was on the cards, but coldzera has come alive when it matters the most here for his team. And it actually looks like we might see a frustration force buy out of 9Z, man. You know, most teams probably play for overtime from their position, but They're just throwing it all into the middle of the table here. They're hoping that they can piece together a force buy that will win them the round. But now Red Canids, they've had the red carpet rolled out for them to win the map from this position because they're playing against a weaker buy. You win against the force, and it's just one more force before you win the map at that point.
Absolutely. coldzera, man. What a guy. Still as clutch as ever in important moments. Sure, I know it's not in a big arena. I know it's online Counter-Strike. There's all those caveats, but it's just cool to see still, man. It's just cool. This force buy, though, has started off well for 9Z. DGT with the 1M4. He's the one man who I'd want to have it. That's for sure. Alongside Huasa Peak probably for this map. But DGT has been insane over the course of the series. Going to get an early man advantage.
Yeah, making their way towards outside right now. Wall of smoke's employed, going to allow for Red Canids to cross. In the meantime, Huasa Peak's made his way down with the Deagle, so he doesn't really have a great weapon. Oh my goodness, Cold basically lines up with Nathan. Max has to take a duel with the two-headed Hydra there. He's going to come off second best. And that then, I don't know if Red Canids are actually going to commit to this B-bomb site. They might still try go back up, akin to what we saw earlier on in the half. Molly forces Huasa Peak back as well. 30 seconds, decision-making time for this T side. And it looks like they're heading to vent? Or was that just to clear it out, man? Options available. Davidoos tries to open up the A-bomb site for them. But because he's gone down, it will indeed force their hand into the B-bomb site.
Oh, they're getting absolutely mowed down, and I don't think coldzera's winning this one. It's not going to be 3 clutches in a row. This is borderline impossible. You would actually avoid that scout taking him down in 1 bullet, but the second shot will find him. And 9Z have won their force buy to keep them in this game. You're absolutely right. Davidoos has been incredible for Red Canids in this entire series, especially in map 3. But it actually really does come down to the fact he misses that duel toward A. If he gets that kill, they can fly up the vent and have a great chance at recovering the round and taking it comfortably.
I still think it was the correct option. I still think it was a good idea to try and use use Davidoos in that sort of fashion, because they still had the fallback option of trying to get in towards the B-bomb side if his play didn't work out. They just didn't really account for Huasa Peak finding a quick double with the Deag, right? So there you have it. Now Red Canids are going to force back because they were in double eco territory. And 9Z have now flipped the script. They're the ones who are in a very good position to level up the scoreline. You win against the force, you play against an eco, and we have an 11-all scoreline guaranteed all 24 rounds.
Yeah. Even though Red Canids are up 11-9 and you're talking about that force by decision, I just have no idea who's winning this game, man. And we're very much into the 11th hour now. 2 AM UK time for me. What's it for you? Is it 3, 4?
Yeah, no, 3 AM. Reaching that 3 AM mark. Still going strong.
Hell yeah.
Peak gamer hours, baby.
Max will find Hards out. They figured out where the next players are coming from as well. Martinez will make sure he helps out David. Huasa Peak again steps up.
Let's just think about how Red Canids have won a number of their rounds. coldzera's clutched out 2. They've won an eco round as well. And they've won, I want to say, both pistols. They have won both pistols, right? No, they lost the second half pistol round. I lie. I am lying to you. Okay, so keep that in mind, guys. We've had an eco round win for Red Canids. We've had 2 clutches from coldzera, and we've had both pistol rounds won as well. So that accounts for nearly half their rounds. It means that 9Z have probably been playing like better gun rounds, excuse me, better team-based Counter-Strike as well.
Yeah.
But there's just been a couple mistakes here and there, which has allowed Red Canids in.
Yeah, kind of crazy that Red Canids have seemingly had everything go for them in this game. All those rounds you mentioned, all those conversions, even winning the eco like we said. Yet they still might not even win in regulation. We are quite behind schedule right now with the North American broadcast looking to come in very soon, and it would just be typical if we go to overtime and we need to hurry up. But what's important is the result of the game and playing it out in its fullest. Martinez will get a nice pick against the Glocks, but this is the round that should be a certainty. 11-all is going to be a few seconds away. The B-hops tried to come in, but nothing's going to work for that one. No kill for coldzera this time. Money is good now for 9Z once again, and we have the all-important big round at 11-all. And the utility is actually going to still be somewhat limited for Red Canids as well. They're going to have enough, but a couple of players only had 4.1, 4.3, so just a smoke and a flash, maybe just a smoke could be coming through.
Yeah, and if they lose this next round, then that puts them in a really rough position. They'd be down 12-11 with not much money to work with. Just thinking about it, there's got to be 3 counts of round loss bonus behind them. It was 11-8, so they get $2,900 if they lose this round. That's a Galil in armor, but not much more outside of that. A lot relying on this round right now for Red Canids, and Venom Zero has found a great opening kill. He's looked to do this a couple times throughout the half so far, and he will best Martinez on this account.
Red Canids know how precious the situation is. Man advantage at 11-all. Some map control, but damn, it has been very quiet in the last few rounds. He was thinking he was 21-12, I think. Now he's 21-16. Not had much impact recently, but can Cold take up the mantle? Holds the angle. He knows where Buddha's coming from, but it's Buddha to win it out straight up. And DGT has found Venom Zero. It's all down to Nithon, and DGT finds that one as well. 9Z have come back from the brink of death, it feels like, on Nuke. And now dealing out death to Red Canids.
And look at the money. No one's going to have an AK and armor here for Red Canids. And 9Z are 1 round away from completing the comeback. 4 rounds in a row from them. And they are 1 round away from securing themselves a spot in that upper bracket final. Or can Red Canids do the unthinkable? I mean, they've won a number of unlikely rounds already. Just to get them to this point, they need 1 more. That would allow for them to wipe the slate clean and force overtime. Max is taking a play. It's very aggressive from him. And he's only going to be able to get the 1 kill. That's an M4 that can be upgraded for Red Canids as well.
That is huge. There it is, back on the score sheet. And again, a lot of control down through Secret.
And no one's there for the CT side.
This is... Oh, I don't want to say it. You know what I'm thinking.
I know what you're thinking. I'm thinking it as well, Trav. 2 letters.
Odds out.
And it's looking increasingly likely.
It's going to take Martinez. EGT looking to answer back. Needs to win that duel
my
outside, but it's a completely skewed spray. Hardzal takes that one, and now it has to be all Harasso peak. It's the man you'd want in this position after the game he's had. He'll show his hand. A bit of utility and breakage of glass, but he's not committing toward holding B. Red Canids are going to break open the doors and have what should be a locked-in overtime with this control and positioning they have. Look at Hardzal as well. Still lurking around outside. He knows he doesn't need to take up a duel for no reason. Buddha's going to try and run him down, but Hardzal's just being an absolute nuisance right now. He's playing very, very well. And Buddha will eventually take him, but took so long. Harasso Peak will eventually get his kill, but it's not anything more than that. So it's all down to Buddha to clutch it, to try and win this game for 9Z. But Red Canids have all the balls in their court right now. Look at the angles being held. Impossible to get past. And we're going to overtime on map 3.
Well, I did mention earlier on, we haven't really had a closely contested map in the series so far. Even though the scoreline might suggest that's been the case, it's almost always been easy to predict who was going to win the map. But that is, yeah, complete contrast here on the decider. Overtime to try separate these two teams and see who will progress through to that upper bracket final and who will be condemned to the lower bracket. Weapons across the board, rifles, AWPs in the mix as well. What a display we've had here on Nuke. Red Canids, it's really uncanny how they're constantly able to find a way to win these rounds, but they just really don't have much going for them.
Zera, oh, I was going to say, it's Martinez again with the AWP down towards Secret, and again, he's just been instantly downed by Venom Zera. Not the first time that's happened. DGT in the vents is going to be mollied out, but he still gets one kill from that, and actually escapes towards single door as well, because they're so distracted by that. Hoasso Peak goes for a swing, and he takes two. Damn, what a recovery from 9Z in this round. Losing the AWP again immediately, but off the back of that, unanswered kills.
Well, Hardzao going to be looking to try and fight back into the round. DGT goes completely unaccounted for. Nithan's tough time continues here on Nuke. Hasn't hit double digits yet. And 9Z are going to be wondering, could we not have done this in that last round of regulation? That'll certainly be something they'll have to keep out their minds, though, because there's a job to be done. Hardzao's collected the bomb. The problem is Max has his eyes and his crosshair trained on Vent. And it will be 9Z who open up their account first here in overtime. Great stuff. I mean, as you say, both players kind of baited in towards Vent there, like moths drawn to a flame. The tunnel vision was too much. They needed somebody else to try cover a different part of the map there. Maybe try and account for Hoasso Peak, but he's got 27 kills, man. He's had a great performance here on the decider.
Yeah, it's not just the prediction of Davideus having a fantastic series, but I was mentioning Hoasso Peak as well. I was talking about putting Chile on the map in Counter-Strike, and it's these two who certainly have. Hardzao in the following round, though. The aggression that comes through takes two headshots immediately, and Nithon's found Martinez again. Martinez has just not had any impact in this game, and even the angle being held by Hardzao for Buddha's push. Everything's going their way. It's down to DGT. Almost gets a line up, but David is not going to let that happen. And we stay locked together.
Hardzao's been so good here on Nuke. He started the map off very well. Maybe tapered off a little bit as things went on. But he's been playing that lurk role really nicely. Constantly locking down big portions of the map all by himself. We saw him make a nuisance of himself in that last round of regulation. We've seen him frag out when required as well. And that is going to be the scoreline leveled up here once again. The end is not in sight, Trav.
And nor is my bed just yet, nor is yours.
No, that's for sure, man. We could be up for a while yet. It is the last game left remaining. As you mentioned, MIBR was able to beat out Bestia. Imperial finished off the game against Sharks, denied the upset victory there.
Good comeback, they're 8-5 down.
Exactly that. They then won the map 13-8, by the way.
Wow.
Last round in the first half of OT. First blood drawn by DGT. He's also started to come alive in a big way. As the map goes on, he gets better and better. I feel like we haven't seen ramp once on this map, on both halves.
I know, right? They've been very opposed to going toward that position in the map, but Nithon, oh, I think he knows what's going on here. He's got the right lines, trying to go for an aggressive swing outside, but again, Martinez has had no luck in this game. He tries to go aggressive toward Trophy Room, gets nothing from it, and Hardzao hits another headshot. Quick answer back from Max, it's going to have to be Buddha. He tries to swing the single door open to go for a recovery kill, but not to be. And as it usually does happen in overtime in Counter-Strike, the game has descended into a little bit more of a free-flowing madness state. Max is in a 1v3. Not had the best of games either, to be fair, for 9Z. This one should be borderline impossible. Look at the crossfire that's been set up. Even if he takes hard there instantly, he's got the crossfire to get past, and David makes sure he swings wide for it. Red Canids stay in front against 9Z. They will not let up, and they get a 2-1 on their T side as well.
Yeah, it's just very impressive to see the mental fortitude on display from Red Canids right now. One more round would lock in a second half of overtime at the bare minimum. They need 2 rounds on their CT side to conclude proceedings. It has to be flawless from 9Z on their T side if they're going to win the map from here. That's a really tall order. Both teams just fighting tooth and nail. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it was these 2 teams who progressed through to grab the spots to get to Pro League. Red Canids had a fantastic season in the group stage, the round robin stage. Can they get the job done here? It's going to have to be in a 4 versus 5 fashion, and you know what? Look at the pace coming through from 9Z as they look to shift in towards the B bomb side. Davidoos, though, he's the snake that lurks in the grass. He's the one who's ready to pounce here, waiting for his opportunity. Nathan's gone down. Davidoos, he needs at least 2 kills, but the molly comes through. Great attention to detail there from 9Z, just not missing a beat.
That's crazy, because they're so deep in the site. They're planning to plant the bomb already. They're in the process of doing that. And they still chuck a molly into a dark at the last second. That's crazy, but so thorough.
I mean, you've got the util, so you might as well use it, right? And Hardsaz has kind of been sat on the sidelines there, watching his teammates in the kill feed lose their lives. And that means we will level up the scoreline here once again. So whoever wins this next round, Trav, guarantees themselves another set of overtime and a series point.
As I've said to you many a time, 2-1s in overtime tend to breed more 2-1s. So who knows how long we'll be here for. It might end in a couple of rounds, but it might not at the same time. We're rolling it back in global offensive fashion, baby, to finish off this best of 3. Not be closer. And it's a matchup that, of course, we've been speaking about a lot over the course of the series. It's been really interesting as of late. Of course, Red Canids beat 9Z in that CBCS Grand Final in the BO5. Won the last 2 maps to take it 3-2. They've also taken Nuke the last 2 times they've played it against 9Z. So, even though 9Z would be considered slight favourites in this game, things have, in recent times, been pretty close between these 2. Oh, Nithon's pushing forward. He sees the outline of 1, and he manages to take it, and just gets back away toward hell as well. Great frag, great catch. And going to take Buddha as well.
Big kill, big multi-kill. Red Canids looking to get themselves a series point here. Nathan knows he's done his job. He doesn't want to overface or overpeak and potentially give up his life. They're forcing 9Z to make moves before they get any more gunfights. That bomb is towards Garage right now. You've got DGT who's ramp as well. So how do they combine these elements on the opposite sides of the map right now? Looks like they're going to have to go down secret in towards this B side. Cold Zero's here jump spotting, and he doesn't have util, so can't really keep them at bay. And also, if Davidoos goes down here to DGT, then there wouldn't be any easy rotations for Red Canids. Cold, lucky to still have his head, and now he has a job to do. Oh, and look at the late lurk from DGT, by the way. They're trying to buy as much time as they possibly can for DGT. He takes down Nathan, but then, of course, that gives Davidoos the information. But that doesn't mean he's guaranteed the kill. Unfortunately for DGT, though, he's lost both his teammates to Cold Zero.
Yeah, it's actually incredible that Cold manages to get both there. Grasso peak. Couldn't get the trade. And in a position where Cold obviously was kind of pressured up into the corner near the glass. having been spotted out while jump spotting near double doors. If he only gets one, there's a possibility that sets up the round with that DGT flank you were speaking about. Well, spotted. But it's not going to work out. And very, very impressive Red Canids. Yeah, one round away from a mini upset, I would say. Not massive, but mini. We go through to the upper final in the Fight for Pro League through ESL Challenger League this season in South America. Red Canids are on the CT side as well. Can some entries be hit for 9Z? I thought for a second Max was going to hit that while full running. I wouldn't put anything past this game after what we've seen up until this point.
Yeah. Absolutely not, man. At this point, I'm a believer of everything. Canids have their numbers towards outside here, looking to try and force another set of overtime. They're the ones who had series points in regulation. Red Canids robbed them. Can they do the exact same thing here? Look at Venom Zero's position so goddamn deep in towards CT. He catches a glimpse of the head, but he can't hit the shot. He will eventually tap down Huaso Peak. That's a massive kill to find. And now it's just about staying alive. It's about having that presence alone. And Davidoos knows that his back is covered, so he can just focus solely on the ladder right now. Time's ticking away, Trav, and 9Z needs to find a way to get into this bomb site.
Oh, what a fight to have to take towards CT spawn and that forklift position at this stage of the game. Hardzauer is just faking out the information, realizing that Hut is a problem, and he sees the shoulder, takes DGT comfortably. It's Martinez and Max. They're getting pressured from either side, and Hardzauer and coldzera will finish it off. An absolutely wild series between these two, and Red Canids will take it 16-14 on map 3. And you've got to say, couple of the huge rounds in that game. I'm going to have to pick out the two clutches in a row from coldzera. The 1v3 and the 1v2 back to back. That's what kept Red Canids going.
Yeah, and the eco round win as well would have been massive. There was some really big rounds from Davidoos as well. And that's a prime example of how games don't have to be pretty. It's just about getting across the line, right? Sometimes grinding your way to victory. I mean, coldzera had like 3 kills at one point there, but then, as you mentioned, he was able to find those 2 clutches, which just really spurred Red Canids on, and they got better as the map went on. I mean, even forcing it into overtime with that like half by force investment, right? They just never said die, and props to them for that, man.
Absolutely, but we're going to have to hurry this one up, sadly. We would have had an interview otherwise, but we're way behind schedule, of course, with the North American region coming up directly after this. So thanks so much for watching, South America, guys. It was a banger of an evening. We'll be back soon for more, of course, but for now, stay tuned for North America. We're going to say goodnight. Cheers.